Welcome to another Vixavon romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixavon offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixavon Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Cal. Fellas, let's wrap up this practice session with some crossovers. Fast as you possibly can. Understood? Head coach Adam Baxter's signature black blizzard. Kings's cap is pulled down over his eyes as he yells it out with a grin. My lips move in tandem with the team's deep voices. Yes, sir. 20 men, myself included, skate up to the coach by the blue line. We get into formation, facing the direction we'll be going as we practice moving tightly around the curves of the boards. You know the drill. He licks his upper lip. Switch legs at the blue line and then return. Only one hand on the stick at all times. He looks around at us. My heart quickens as the adrenaline begins to pump in anticipation of my favorite drill. I grip my stick tighter. Then he blows harshly into his finger grip whistle. One eye twitches as the shrill sound reverberates in my ears, but only for a split second. At the sudden movement all around me from the rest of the team, my feet join in and begin to cross over each other. I skate as fast as I can, pushing from heel to toe, Patrick McGill right behind me, Dennis Weston up ahead, and Jason Heller neck and neck with me. The rhythmic sound of quick blades against hard ice drowns out everything else. Coach blows his whistle again. Switch! We turn around, switch legs, and return. Miraculously, none of the players plow into any others. Once we're all back to the beginning, he pats us on the back individually. All right, good stuff. We can call it a day. Except you, Saunders. A momentary pause falls on us. Heads turn to look at me, then coach, then back at me. I skate over to Baxter, and the chatter around us picks up again as the guys exit the rink. My eyes gauge his face. Is it serious? Am I in trouble? As usual, his Midwest nice face gives away nothing behind. What's up, coach? GM wants to see you. You're not in trouble, don't worry, but he wants to talk soon, so don't stall. You know me, I never would. Thanks, coach. I'll see him once I get out of this uniform. I leave Baxter, make a quick stopover in the changing room, and get myself up to the attached office tower to the door of Paul Westfield, general manager. It's been a breath of fresh air to have him for these 8 months after the reign of Terry came to an end. Our previous general manager, Reginald Terry, was a snake of the highest order. Now he's disgraced, and not a moment too soon. Paul, on the other hand, is a straight shooter who brooks neither nonsense nor bullying. The door is slightly ajar as usual, and Paul senses my presence before I even knock. Come in, Cal. I push the door open with my palm. Every piece of furniture matches the light oak office desk in front of him. His folded arms rest against a slightly protruding midriff as the overhead lighting bounces off his shiny bald head. Coach said you wanted to see me, Mr. Westfield? I ask him, pulling out the black chair across his desk and sitting. He lifts a finger to push the spectacles hanging off the edge of his nose. Great practice out there today. I think it's a good sign that your hair always looks like you've just taken off your helmet. Shows your commitment. I run a hand through the dark, unruly waves on my head. It has a mind of its own. I've pretty much given up on it now. The GM's body shakes with laughter, and he taps the top of his head. If all else fails, you can take some notes from me. Anyway, I don't want to take up much of your time. It's always a pleasure, believe me. Thanks. So, you have a young fan who could use a little boost. Someone from the Dreams Come True Foundation called about him. You're familiar with them, right? The organization that helps kids with terminal illnesses live out their dreams, right? They're great. I always try to do that sort of stuff when I get a request. Takes a lot out of me, but it's worth it. Well, good to hear, because there's a kid who'd love your help making his dream come true. His name's Cooper Thompson. He's 9. He wanted to spend a day with you, and maybe have a game session. What do you say? I say absolutely. No question. I take a deep breath. It's personal to me. May I ask what he has? Westfield looks down and shakes his head, a marked change from his usual happy-go-lucky demeanor. Leukemia. That's too bad. I pause for a moment, clearing my throat. My dad died of lymphoma when I was a kid, so it's close to my heart. Any cancer-related charity or one related to kids, and I'm in. You don't even have to ask. Jeez, I'm sorry, Cal. I had no idea. Even though it's been almost 20 years, it still hits me remembering how he went from a vibrant hockey coach dad to half-conscious on a morphine drip. It happened a long time ago. I nod my head slowly, then smile, thinking about how I can make this kid happy just by showing up. I'd love to meet him. Cooper, you said? Yep. So, what do you need from me? Just tell me when and where, and I'm there. The Foundation will put it all together, so the first step is to connect with them. The people there seem pleasant enough. Paul continues talking while my brain races back in time to 3 years ago, to a similar meeting to help another kid's wish come true. But back then, the contact was Ammani, a philanthropy associate for the NHL, based out of the Midwest Regional Office in Chicago. Ammani and I first collaborated for a Christmas party at Milwaukee Children's Hospital. Just on the phone, she was charming enough to convince me to dress up like Santa and give out gifts. I expected to put on a red velvet suit, play games, and take some pictures. What I didn't expect was to meet the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen. I definitely didn't expect us to fall deeply in love and have an intense romance, but that's what happened. We communicated over the phone until the day of. She came outside the hospital to meet a bulky hockey dude in an ill-fitting red and white suit, raggedy fake white beard, and clunky black boots. She confessed later on, once we got together, that she didn't realize I was actually attractive. The ridiculous fake woolly beard covered up my entire face, and the padding in my suit gave me a major case of dad bod. I couldn't believe you were really a hockey player. I should have realized the spare tire was just a costume, I remember her saying. Then she squeezed my biceps after that, and we kissed. I, on the other hand, couldn't keep my eyes off of her from the jump. She was so elegant and businesslike in her pantsuit and mannerisms, so efficient with her clipboard, making sure everything was going according to plan. But I kept it cool, especially since she lived in Chicago. She traveled all over the Midwest for her job, so she was only in town every once in a while. With our touring schedule, it was a miracle whenever we happened to cross paths. Then she organized another meetup for kids in foster care to visit the Blizzard Kings arena and get some time on the ice with us. The attraction was too strong not to act on. Turns out, she really liked me without a layer of artificial fat obscuring my muscles, which she said were big enough to be mistaken as protective gear. I felt her eyes on me throughout the whole afternoon. We wound up spending a few extra days together. Such a shame she came down with food poisoning that stopped her from going back to Chicago. And things progressed quickly from there. Long distance be damned. Any stretch of free time we had, we were on a plane to the other one city. I spent more time on those short flights to Chicago than she did because she was finishing a graduate program. She could have been the love of my life. Maybe she was. But it ended before we had time to figure it out. Unless you want to read the email yourself, that's pretty much it, Paul says. I'm forwarding it to you. Right now. My brain scrambles to remember what he said. His head turns from the computer screen to face me. One dark gray eyebrow shoots up. The email from the Dream Come True people, we're on the same page, right? Yes, of course, I say. Damn it, Ammani. Distracting me yet again somehow, even after not seeing her for 2 years. So unless you're in a hurry, we can call them back right now. I'd like to catch the executive director before she heads out of the office. She can be hard to pin down. Mobile phones exist for this very reason, I say with a chuckle. Just because someone has a cell doesn't mean they're able to talk. You of all people should know that, right, Saunders? Paul puts it on speaker and dials her number. My thoughts go back to Ammani. I wonder what she's doing with that master's in nonprofit management now. Whether she's still working for the philanthropic arm of an athletics league or some other kind of charitable work. I wonder if she's still in Chicago. I wonder if I'd be living there now if I didn't damage the relationship beyond repair. Wherever she is, I have no doubt she's a success. The ringing line fills Paul's office, and I tap my foot, waiting. "Hi, Dreams Come True Foundation," a professional-sounding voice chirps. Jalissa speaking. "Hi, Jalissa. It's Paul Westfield, Blizzard King's general manager. I've been communicating with your executive director and was hoping to speak with her." "Sure, let me see if she's able to speak right now. I'll transfer you when she is. Otherwise, I'll let it go to voicemail and let her know you called." I pull out my phone to check the time and my messages. After what seems like forever, an even more professional-sounding someone comes back on the line. "Mr. Westfield, so good to hear back from you so soon. This is Ammani Bellamy." I look up from my phone and sit up straight as if a million tiny darts have pierced my spine at once. Well, this is unexpected.
Chapter 2. Ammani. Is it possible to trade requests in the same way they trade players in the NHL? I ask my associate, Julissa Antoine, as we near the 5th floor office space of the Dreams Come True Foundation after a late morning site visit. She pauses with a hand on the door before we enter. Like, give it to Make-A-Wish? You could call them and ask. Or like, convince a kid that their favorite hockey player isn't really their favorite. Ah, so the Don't Meet Your Heroes Foundation. Something like that. We both laugh with each other. Hard request? I don't know, hard to explain. It's an NHL player and I hold the door open for her in a daze as she walks ahead. From your years working there, I'm sure you've had your share of experiences with hot-headed hockey players, she says. I nod, but it's more than that. If only it were that simple. I'll fill you in on it soon. I might ask you to step in. Anytime, anything you need, happy to help. She goes back to her office, just next to mine in the open plan office, but hers is slightly smaller. There are a few curved workstations, a conference room, meeting spaces, and a smattering of offices for a handful of employees, partitioned by see-through glass. I go straight to the executive director's office, tucked away at the back. My eyes hover on the glass nameplate with my name, Ammani Bellamy, in bold and black letters. Sometimes I can't believe I'm the one they put in charge. Then I push the door open into my airy office and shut the door behind me. Am I a bad person for wanting to turn down this request? I ask myself, looking out the window and envying the people outside. I've spent 1.5 years here, working so hard, going above and beyond. Honestly, I've outdone myself. Would skipping one request out of the 63 we fulfilled this year be so bad? Of course it would. But why does Cooper Thompson's favorite player have to be him? Why Cal Saunders? Why now? I mutter to myself. Out of all the athletes in Wisconsin and all the amazing hockey players in the Midwest, this kid had to pick the one person I've avoided like the plague since I moved here. Looks like Operation Ignore Cal at all costs is a failure. Hopefully it's just on ice, and I can go back to normal once this mission is over. The fact that I'm even willing to deal with the man who so fully broke my heart shows just how much I care about the kids. I don't know what it will be like to talk to him, but my hope is not to have to experience it for very long. As soon as I can hand this assignment off to Jalissa, I will. I sink into my chair and stare at the large monitor on my desk. There are multiple tabs and windows open, but my eye keeps on moving to the email thread with the Blizzard King's general manager, Paul Westfield. I got the request on Friday, wrestled with it the whole weekend, and finally forced myself to email the GM on Monday. I was hoping Cal would maybe turn it down, but that would have been even worse, for all sorts of reasons. Still, nothing can prepare me for a telephone call with a man I would have married in a minute if he had asked, and if he hadn't ruined things. Someone knocks on the door. "Come in." Julissa's eyes are wide in an uncharacteristic state of panic. There's a dream that needs to be expedited, unfortunately it looks like. The child has taken a turn for the worse. "Oh, that's horrible. Who is it?" "Marcus Whelan. He wanted to go to a Taylor Swift concert." "We can make that happen, I think. Maybe she can even give him the hat on that one song." 22. "Right. Yeah. Couldn't remember. I know it by heart, of course. I listened to it approximately 1,000,000 times after the breakup with Cal 2 years ago. An anthem about being young and alive with your friends, even when your heart is broken. I had just turned 23, but I was just barely over the line. Want to research what it entails with her management and traveling and everything? I'd love for you to take the lead on this for right now, while I deal with this NHL crap. And then I might have you take that off my hands too. I'd love to. And hey, if you need someone from the foundation to accompany Marcus, we'll see." "Really?" "Yeah. Someone has to go to document, probably. Normally, I'd be in anxiety overdrive about needing to score the most unobtainable tickets in the world in an impossibly short amount of time, but I'm almost grateful for the stress. It distracts me from Cal. Every few minutes I get an update, either through email or work messaging, about what Julissa's found out about getting tickets. In moments like these, I'm grateful for her always erring on the side of sharing. She comes back in to let me know the status of the Disney World trips, our biggest request. "We've closed out 2 of the 6 that we're planning," Julissa says, folding her hands in her lap as she sits. "Great work. And you got the email I forwarded about the NHL request?" "Yep. Sounds great. I love the Blizzard Kings. I think this will be a perfect opportunity for you to do more on the celebrity end. I'm sure this request will open the floodgates once we post on social media. You all hockeyed out after working for the league for so long?" "I still love it. I just have a lot going on. I played when I was younger, all through high school. We were state champions." That explains the perfect figure. And the toughness. In a good way. I flash her an appreciative smile. "I'll set up the call for today. But feel free to take it in case I'm out or unavailable for whatever reason. This is your assignment." "Thank you." I feel my stomach grumble and remember that I haven't had my lunch. "Let me pop downstairs for something to eat." "Tell me what you want. I'll go down and get it for you." "No, I could use the breather. If I'm not mistaken, you haven't eaten lunch either." She looks down sheepishly. "Not until I'm caught up with my tasks for the day. You know me." She reminds me way too much of myself back when I was doing philanthropy for the NHL. Overly ambitious and hungry. Same age even. Before leaving, I email Paul and Cal to confirm the call. I drag my feet back into work after a shorter than expected lunch spent weighing my options. I see that Julissa must have ticked off her to-do list and gone to lunch because she's not at her desk anymore. I've barely sat down when my office phone rings. Milwaukee Blizzard Kings shows up on the display. The palpitations begin and my sight becomes woozy. My hand reaches across the table to answer the phone. Dreams Come True Foundation. This is Ammani Bellamy. I need to swallow, but my mouth feels like cardboard. I reach for my water and take a hurried sip. Ammani. Good to finally speak to you. This is Paul Westfield. Cal was just telling me how excited he is to be involved with this. Isn't that right, Cal?
Chapter 3. Cal. I couldn't be more thrilled. My robotic voice sounds anything but thrilled. Could you kill the enthusiasm a notch? Paul presses his thumb and index finger together as he laughs. Don't mind him, Ammani. He just got off a strenuous practice session. I'm picturing her serious expression, the one she would get when she'd take a conference call, the rare times I get a peek at the other Ammani. No worries, Mr. Westfield. I know a thing or two about hockey practice. I used to play. And we can schedule a different time, too, if that's more convenient. I'd like my associate Jalissa Antoine to be on the call. She'll be doing some of the legwork here on our end. My stomach drops at the thought of her handing me off to a subordinate, as if I'm a chore rather than a priority. I start feeling rage rising, but I keep an open mind for a moment. Maybe she just means scheduling and administrative details, and she'll do the important aspects herself. Let's just talk right now since we have you. We'll figure out the next steps and have a follow-up call if we need it. Sure, Ammani says. I detect a hint of impatience. So tell us a bit more about our dreamer. Cooper, right? Paul's eyes land on his laptop, moving his mouse around to see the email. Of course. I can hear the smile in Ammani's voice as she speaks. Our dreamer is Cooper Thompson. He's 9. Lives with his mom, Cynthia, and dad, George. Has a big brother, Wesley. He's been through a lot, but you'd never know it to meet him. He's had leukemia for 2 years. Massive Blizzard Kings fan, massive Saunders fan. Never misses a televised game, and he goes to as many live ones as he can. But he's been too sick lately. Some things never change. She's still so enthusiastic about her job, but cold and clipped. All business. I wonder how this would have played out if we met in person. I didn't even know she was in Milwaukee now. The distance was such a point of contention that it's surreal that she's been living here without me even knowing. I wonder if she would have even looked me up. Paul urges me to say something with the movement of his brows and hands. I need to focus on the task at hand right now. I can ask questions later. I lean forward to the phone. We'll have to get him some tickets for sure. I can't wait to meet him. Cancer is personal to me. Although you know that, Ammani. Oh, do you know each other? Cal, why didn't you tell me? Paul says, holding out his hands. I wish I hadn't mentioned anything now. I worked for the NHL for a few years, Ammani says confessionally as if it's a secret. Oh, really? Part of the family. Once you work for us, you're always part of the team. Welcome home then, Paul says. So, how does this usually go? What are the next steps? She's so clinical, despite knowing me so well, knowing how loaded all of this is for me. And now Paul's going to ask questions like we're old friends. Even though the last time we talked, she hated me. And if this interaction is any indication, she hasn't changed her stance since then. Would seeing me in person soften her tone? It might make me less defensive listening to her. Usually we work out details on our end with a few phone calls and emails, maybe an in-person meeting, and we set up logistics. To be honest, a lot depends on how engaged the talent wants to be. And I'm sure you're very busy, right, Cal? Fortunately, his GM is pretty accommodating, Paul says with a big grin. So, if you want to be more engaged, Cal, by all means. Thank you, Paul. More than you know. Yeah, I'd like to be as involved as possible. This is important to me. I hear a small sigh from Ammani's end, her professional mask dropping. Ammani, are you still there? Paul asks when the silence stretches too long, checking the speakerphone to make sure. I'm here. A nervous giggle. Sorry about that. Take your time, Paul says. I wonder if I still have an effect on her. Her voice comes back on the line. So, Cal, I'm very glad you're on board. I don't know how she can do this with a straight face, although maybe she has a smile she's trying to suppress just like me. Is she reminiscing in the same way I am? I hope so. And if she isn't, I'll need to change that. Hopefully, I'll get the opportunity. I do have some leverage in this situation. I look forward to working closely with you too, Ammani. It'll be nice to reconnect. No response from her end. Great. Let's talk logistics, Paul says, more to her than to me. Probably better to have just one contact from our side. I can do that for the team's end. I completely agree, so Paul from the Blizzard Kings end. No, I don't think that's going to work. I'd like to be directly involved. Oh, Okay, Cal. Paul raises his eyebrows questioningly. That's fine. I just thought it would be easier. This is personal to me, like I said. This kid's biggest wish is to spend a day with Cal Saunders, and I'm not going to let it be plug and play. Are you sure you have time for that, though, Cal? As I remember, your schedule fills up fast, she asks. I bristle at the implication, feeling pulled into an unfinished argument from several years ago. Positive? The line goes quiet again. Great, then that's settled, Paul says, leaning into the speaker. One less thing for me. Let me set up a group text for you, and then I'll let you two work it out. I'm happy to step in for anything you need. I can't think of anyone better for this, Ammani. I think it'll work out well, she says, but her tone borders on begrudging. We'll be in touch, Cal. Pleasure talking to you, Ammani, I say. You too. The call ends. Once the chat is set up, I exit the office. I have to contain the golden retriever energy bubbling inside me as I walk out of the arena. Not even the rush of cold air that blows into my face can dampen my mood. I can't believe the coincidence. When she broke up with me, she made it clear she never wanted to speak to me again. I had let her down, and I was all out of chances. But now, fate seems to have other plans. I hop into my Audi R8, turn on the heat, and pull out my phone. There's a notification from Paul in the group chat, which makes me realize Ammani's number never left my contacts. Hey, Dream Team! Thought I'd break the ice and get the puck rolling! I roll my eyes at Paul's dad joke. Thanks for getting us started. Ammani and I will take it from here, I reply. Then I send a message just to her. I'm ready to give Cooper the best day of his life, ASAP. When do you want to meet up and get started? The ellipses of her typing appear, then disappear, then reappear while I wait for her answer. Listening to her speak brings back so many great memories of our time together. I'm actually really happy to bump into her again, even if it's unorthodox. I didn't realize how much I'd missed her.
Chapter 4. Ammani. Words from a familiar phone number light up my screen, but without a contact associated with it. I'm ready to give Cooper the best day of his life ASAP. When do you want to meet up and get started? It's Cal, of course. I guess I can't really respond with, never? Long-buried emotions come rushing to the surface. I deleted his contact information when we broke up, but I know the number by heart. I don't know if I should reply or wait for another message. Maybe I can just hand it off to Julissa now and avoid talking to him at all. I shouldn't be fixating on him like this. He doesn't deserve my attention. But Cooper Thompson does. You know that, Ammani? If nothing else, I should text him just to say that I'm handing it to Julissa. I can come in at the end, but I really don't want to deal with the day-to-day. It's been an hour since the call with him and Paul Westfield ended. I have mountains of work to do to make dozens of children's wishes come true. Kids who deserve so much more than the hand they've been dealt. But I've barely touched it. I can only think of California. I vacillate between remembering how happy we were when things were good and reliving the disappointments that led to our end. He destroyed my faith in love. He almost destroyed me, but I wouldn't let anyone have that much power over me. Not even the man who I thought was the love of my life. I stand up from my office chair, vowing that I'll interact with him as little as possible. I pull back one of the balls of my pendulum, releasing a ball and watching the other balls swing back into motion. Out my window on the 5th floor, I have a beautiful view of downtown Milwaukee. When I need perspective, I often peer out the window, looking down at the people going about their lives. They're close enough that I can read the problems on their faces, or so I like to imagine. He failed you. You don't need to give him your mental energy. Give it to Julissa and move on. You don't have to do this yourself. I always take on more work than I need to, and this is one case where I'm justified in offloading it to someone else. There's just too much there. A whirlwind romance, being flown in and treated like a princess with hotel stays and fancy cars he'd rent, ice skating on a lake with candlelit picnic dinners and warm-down coats. I had been so eager for my parents to finally meet Cal for my master's degree graduation. I remember looking at my red graduation robe in the mirror, imagining Cal meeting us there and my parents loving him instantly. Maybe he'd even propose. I would have moved to Milwaukee right away. But he never showed. It went from one of the best days of my life to one of the worst. I look back down at my phone, his text still open, and see a few more messages have joined his first. Any thoughts you have for him having the time of his life? You have way more experience with this stuff. We could brainstorm. Let me know what your schedule is like. Mine can be a little hard to plan around. That's a great cover for saying I can't be a part of it. That it would be too hard to coordinate? He's done it more than enough times to me in my life. The worst part was that half the time he came through. He'd pick me up at the airport with 3 bouquets of roses, then take me straight to the governor's suite at the Pfister Hotel, one of the most extravagant in Milwaukee. And then, the next time I tried to make a plan, he would disappear from the face of the earth with no way to reach him. Horns start honking outside. I walk over to the window. It looks like somebody got into a fender bender at a busy intersection, and now traffic is disrupted miles back. I take my computer out of sleep mode, and I see 2 missed emails, one from Cal and one from Paul Westfield, the Blizzard King's general manager. Don't you have better things to do, Cal, than work with some little charity? I whisper to myself. The email is just a more formal version of the text he sent. Hey, Ammani, good talking to you today. Let's figure out how to give this kid the best day of his life and get together this week. My schedule's a little busy, but I can make some time for this. Secretly, it's all I could ever want. But in my current reality, my stomach is knotted with fear. But I know it's something else too, as much as I want to deny it. It's excitement, also terror. I haven't felt like this in years. My phone vibrates, and then my Chance the Rapper ringtone fills the room. It makes sure I think about Chicago at least once a day or so. My hand loses my grip on my phone, and I watch in slow motion as it drops into my glass of water. Crap! I reach into the glass and pluck it out before the water can ruin it. I look at the screen, frantically wiping it off with one of the paper towels on my desk from my last spill. When I see that it's Cal, I consider not answering. If he presses me on it, I can tell him I was busy, which is true. But at some point, I'll have to face him one way or another. It's not altruism that makes me decide to take the call. It's my own selfish desire to relive the happiest time I've ever known. I'll deny it until I pass out, though. Hello, Ammani speaking. Hey, Ammani. So good to hear your voice again. Long time no talk, huh? I sigh. His voice conjures back memories of him looking into my eyes with longing while holding me on his bed. Thanks. Did you want to talk about Cooper Thompson? Sorry for not getting back to you. It's been a busy day. I was thinking we could meet up tomorrow. It would be great to see you. Oh, tomorrow? That's a bit last minute. If you can't, I understand. Just, tomorrow's a rare day when my schedule's completely wide open. It won't be that clear for a while. I pause. Should I hand this to Julissa now? Or tell him that it's hers now? There's something in me that doesn't want to tell him. I think because I don't want to foreclose on the possibility of seeing him, even though I know I don't want to. Tomorrow works for me, I say after some hesitation. Have a place in mind? I grab my pen and my notebook, and I realize my hands are shaking. I was thinking maybe tomorrow at the Brat House. Say 2. I know you like German food. Good memory. Just when it comes to you. I confirm the plans, jotting them down in my notebook and confirming it in my calendar. I try to keep things strictly professional while secretly wanting more. I feel a physical emptiness remembering his embrace. Great. I'm excited to see you, to talk about Cooper. And it's always good to have a reunion of old friends, he says. I hang up the phone. An old friend. That's all I am, apparently. I bury my face in my hands for a moment. Then I page Julissa and ask her to come into my office again. "Do you need more paper towels?" she says at the doorway, looking at the mess of them on the desk. No, come in. It's something much more exciting. Do you know Cal Saunders?" She smiles up at me as she sits. "Of course. I love the Blizzard Kings. How'd you like to have lunch with him tomorrow to get the ball rolling on the Cooper Thompson dream?" "Oh my God, really? You mean it, Ammani?" "I do. I think it's the right time." "Yes, I'd love that." We go over the details before I forward her the email she needs, in addition to instructions to prep for tomorrow. I feel relief wash over me at the same time my heart sinks.
Chapter 5. Cal, can I get a bouquet of blush roses and pink peonies, please? And whatever other flowers you think complement them. The number of people here in mid-November and mid-morning comes as a surprise. You'd think it was Valentine's Day. Then again, I can barely remember the last time I bought flowers. Probably when I was actually with Ammani, come to think of it. So I have no idea what's normal at a florist or not. I just know I can't be late. I take my phone out of my pocket, looking down at the time. While the clerk arranges the flowers for me, I see that I have less than 20 minutes to get to the Brat House. "Thank you so much," I tell the florist as she puts the completed bouquet, wrapped in ribbon, on the counter. I pay using my phone, then hold the vase in one arm while shoving my phone back into my pocket. "Have a wonderful day." "You too," I say, turning my head as I'm walking out, pushing my way through the crowd as politely as possible. The bell chimes, and I'm looking at orange cones and construction vehicles. Once I finally get to the car, I place the flowers for Ammani in the passenger seat and put the car in drive. I can't believe I'm going to see her again after all this time. Traffic starts and stops a lot through the construction zone. Driving under the bridge on W. Pittsburgh Avenue, I feel the texture of the pedals, keeping one hand on the steering wheel. As I turn onto South 2nd Street, I remember Imani's smile, and I try to temper my excitement. This isn't a date. Even with the flowers. After moving about a mile, I'm already running 2 minutes late. At this rate, I could have walked here faster. While rushing out with my flowers, I look at our text thread one final time, relieved that she's not asking where I am. She's only texted me once, and that was just to confirm the date and time. I run past outdoor tables and fence barricades and under awnings until I reach the Milwaukee Brat House. The suspended heraldry sign sways in the cool breeze. I pick up my phone to check the time, and I see another message waiting for me, one from a number I don't know. "Hi, Cal. It's Julissa Antoine, Ammani's associate. I'm filling in for her at lunch today, and I'm eager to start working to make Cooper's dream happen. Looking forward to meeting you." My heart falls more than I would have expected. Damn, I instinctively hiss. Guess I don't have to rush anymore. I throw the flowers in the garbage a block away from the restaurant, then take a longing look back. I wish their final resting place were in a vase in Ammani's office, not a city trash can. Several TVs are abuzz all at once, playing recaps and analyses of our games. The restaurant is mostly empty, save for a bartender, a few waiters, an elderly couple, and a brunette with glasses and curly dark hair who smiles and waves. That must be Julissa. Under any normal circumstances, she'd seem like pleasant enough company, but under these, she's a harbinger of doom. It's not her fault, but it's hard to mask my disappointment. "Can I find you a seat?" a nearby waiter asks, reading my face as if trying to place me. "Nah, it's okay. I've found my party." I gesture back to Julissa and walk toward her, and I'm confident the disappointment in my voice is evident. I take a deep breath and try to cool myself down as I walk to the table where she's sitting and sipping a glass of water. She has a loose-leaf binder open, and I can see printouts of the email conversations I've been on. She's just doing her job. There's no reason for me to take anything out on her. "I'm sorry I'm late," I tell her. Traffic wasn't great. She looks down at her phone, confirming the time. Oh, I barely even noticed. I just got here a few minutes ago myself. It's nice to meet you, by the way. I'm Julissa Antoine, Dream-Making Associate at the Dreams Come True Foundation of Wisconsin. A pleasure to meet you. I'm Cal Saunders. I know. I'm a big fan. It's a great thrill. I grew up in the area. I bleed Blizzard Kings blue. And that's great. I was a fan for a long time before I became one. The dim lighting of the restaurant creates an intimate atmosphere, which would have been perfect if Ammani were here. Now, it just feels like a reminder of her absence. Can I get you something to drink? I jump, just now realizing the server is at the table. Just a water, please, I say, smiling. Good choice, Julissa says, pointing to her own. I'll also have a coffee if you don't mind. The server writes it down and heads off. How long have you worked for the foundation? I ask her. Maybe if we don't do any work related to the kid, I can go over the details with Ammani instead. She can't stop smiling. I'm not sure if it's nerves in general or because I'm a known local figure. Normally, I'd find it flattering, but it's just such a different lunch from the one I expected. If there's one thing I could do without, it's the celebrity status. Most people don't know who I am, but the people who do seem to know me better than I'm comfortable with. About a year or so. I interned for them in college, though. I was working as a temp after graduation, and a few months later, the position opened up. It was like a dream come true. She starts laughing. Sorry, you don't know how often we make that joke accidentally. I bet. On the ice, that happens all the time. Skating on thin ice. I'm sure there are a million more. Yeah. But tell me about Cooper. I'm really happy I can do this. Right, of course. Cooper Thompson. I can tell that she's nervous. From beside her, she produces a small laptop. She opens it up, and immediately on the screen is a presentation. With the binder, the small dining table is already getting crowded when the server comes back with more drinks. We look up for a moment to place our orders. I get the Milwaukee dog, Julissa gets a Caesar salad, and we both get cheese curds. It's practically the law to order them here, I say, and Julissa almost knocks the laptop off the table, laughing. We turn back to the presentation once the server leaves. This should answer all of your questions, I think, she says. Cooper Thompson's been a hockey fan since he was 3 years old. He says his dream was to someday become a hockey player himself. I hope he's able to, I say wistfully, and Julissa gives me a look of shared sadness. I don't know how she and Ammani do the kind of work they do. He learned hockey from his brother Wesley, and they practiced every spare second they had. Joined youth league teams just like Wesley, and they went to every professional game they could. They lived at the rink. When they couldn't go, they played in the yard with a stick and a ball, improvising with sidewalk chalk. All of the slides have bullets and photos. Some have funny clip art illustrations, like a thumbs up or an ice skate. How long has he been sick? I ask. She looks down and our food arrives. Thank you, I tell the waiter. Enjoy. He got sick about a year ago. He's been doing chemo, but lately he hasn't been doing well. That's when his parents reached out. Do you have a lot of kids with leukemia? I mean, working with the foundation. It's the second leading cause of cancer in kids, after brain tumors, so we see our fair share. And survival rates depend on the kind. It can be as high as 90%. For the type that Cooper has, it's closer to 70 for 5-year survival rates. Well, I'm hoping for the best. And no matter what, I want to help make every single day count. If we need to do it over more than one day, I'm great with that. That's good to know. It's good when our celebrity partners are just as excited as our dreamers. We'll do whatever we need to, I say. We just need to make sure Cooper has the best time possible. I'm relieved to hear you say that. Most places are happy to collaborate, but some make it impossible to get in touch with them. That's awful. Not everybody has the same comfort level with illness. Sometimes it's a very time-sensitive issue. By the time we get in touch with a celebrity, it might be too late. The way she says this reminds me how much she cares about these kids and the organization's impact on them. I remember my father and how during the final stretches of his life, he was a shell of himself, barely leaving his bed and hardly eating. It's not always easy to witness, but Julissa and Ammani see it every day. So we should get moving as quickly as possible. My mind turns to Ammani. I'd love to see the offices and get right down to work. Do you think you could give me a tour and show me the inner workings of things? Julissa pauses. For a moment, I'm afraid she's going to tell me no. Sure, I don't see why not. Our offices are just a few blocks away, not far from City Hall. I eat lunch quickly so we can get there as quickly as possible.
Chapter 6. Ammani. I wonder how the meeting is going. I'm imagining them sitting across from each other and thinking about what it would be like if I were there in Julissa's place. Did I make the right call? My fingers clatter away at the keyboard, typing out emails. I wonder how Cal reacted when he saw that I wasn't there. Now at least he knows how I felt so many times in our relationship. That's petty of me, I know. But who knows if he cared, considering how easy it is for him to flake on plans. I hear the office elevator ding, and I'm eager to get a report back from Julissa. I know her footsteps, but I hear other footsteps too. I try to listen over the sound of rush hour traffic outside. There's so much I want to ask her about the meeting. I want to know what plans they have in mind for Cooper, but I also want to know if Cal said anything about me. That fact fills me with shame. I want to remove my feelings for Cal from this case entirely so that all of my attention is on Cooper. I need to remain professional. I am typing, fixated on the case files and emails that populate my screen. I need to wrap everything up for the day so that I can go home. And I've been especially distracted, for obvious reasons. Working alone in the office on a Friday night isn't my idea of a good time. I barely glance up at Julissa, feigning indifference at the outcome of the meeting with the hockey player, who used to be my everything. So, how did the lunch meeting go? It was great, a familiar male voice says, but I was a bit disappointed that the head of the foundation wasn't there. I would have really enjoyed a chat with her. My jaw drops. No matter how long we've been apart, I've never forgotten that voice. Cal Saunders is tall and broad-shouldered in my office doorway. He's even more handsome than I remember, and his 6'5" height shocks me as always, even though it shouldn't. I don't know what to say. Leave it to Cal, as always, to outmaneuver me in this chess game. Cal! I stand up at my desk. What a surprise. He gives me a cocky smile, as though proud that he could have this effect on me. Hi, Ammani. You couldn't get out of the office, so I figured I could come to you. Tell the boss what a good job she's doing. I realize that I'm smiling slightly, and I really don't want to be. I'm not in the right headspace now to be on. Just in his presence weakens my resolve. It's like I'm 22 again, unable to fight off the magnetic pull of him. I can't let him get to me. Besides, I asked if Julissa could give me a tour. I wanted to see the operations to understand the work better. He looks at the darkening room, now barely lit by the light of my monitor. At night, I avoid turning on my office lights to try to keep from getting too comfortable. You don't mind a little light, do you? He asks, his finger already on the switch. I know that Cal could be a big donor and that getting in with him could help get more hockey players on board. At the same time, I don't want him to take liberties with twisting my arm, considering the power he has over me. It's a tough spot to be in, and he probably knows it. I thought I'd show Cal the office, especially since he wants to be deeply involved in Cooper's case, he asked, and I didn't see a reason not to. I can tell Julissa feels uneasy, not expecting this reception. Usually, if a high-profile donor wants to see the office, I'd be thrilled. It's a good acquisition. But Cal is different from anything ordinary. It's evident by how hard it is not to throw myself in his arms and hug him. But I can't. He doesn't deserve it. He sits down on the leather chair across from my desk, trying to make eye contact. Julissa is hovering beside him, texting. My phone dings and I look. It's Julissa. Hey, meeting went great. So great he wanted to see the office. I thought it wouldn't be a problem to bring him around, but should I not have? I'm sorry if I messed up. 1 second, Cal. No, not at all. You were great. Something else on my mind. You did great. Let me know about the meeting later. You can go home for the day, and I'll handle this and report back on anything. I get a text in response promptly. You sure you don't want me to stick around? In case there are details about the case. I glance up to see Cal looking out the window. If he knows we're texting each other while he's in the room, he doesn't let on. I send one more message back. I have a feeling there won't be too much substantive. Probably wants to hobnob. Thank you for everything, Jay. Don't know what I'd do without you. She looks up from her phone and gives a small thumbs up. I'm going to head out, Ammani. Is there anything else you need from me? Nope. Amazing work today. Isn't Julissa amazing, Cal? She is. He's looking me directly in the eye as he says it, though. Then he turns around. Bye, Julissa. It was a pleasure meeting you. You too, Cal. I'm looking forward to working together. Good night. As I hear Julissa's footsteps, I know my protective armor is walking right out the door. I'd rather be looking anywhere else but at his gorgeous blue eyes, probably because I can hardly look away from them. The sunset reflects pink off his strong jawline. So, the meeting went well? Did you sort out plans with Cooper? He chuckles, then touches the back of his neck. Not yet. He laughs, seemingly attempting to break the tension. And I can't say that it isn't working. There's so much I want to say to him. I could tell him off for all the times he let me down. The missed graduation was the worst one, but far from being the only time. There was another time he told me at the last minute, when I was in the airport, that he had to cancel my weekend visit, with no explanation given and without answering any follow-up texts or calls. I've prepared long speeches in my head for exactly this moment, well-rehearsed speeches at that. But this isn't the right moment, especially when this is about a sick child, not my grudge against my ex-boyfriend. But I also don't want to reawaken something I've already put behind me. So Julissa did a good job of filling you in? Cal leans back in his seat, taking a far more open stance. He looks up, as if deep in thought. She was very prepared, Cal says. She brought a whole presentation that gave me a lot more information about Cooper. He sounds like he lives for hockey. And she told you why it's crucial you don't fall through? You can't let this kid down, Cal. He looks as if he's about to say something in his defense, but stops himself. Of course. We're not going to let Cooper down. I certainly hope not. The room is getting darker, now that it's well past 5, casting shadows against the wall. So, Julissa told you everything you needed to know? He nods. So why is he in my office? Do you need something else? I can show you around the office. Sure, I'd love a look around. I get up and gesture for him to follow. I pick up our last few years of annual reports, glossy publications with children riding bicycles they asked for, and other children meeting actors, athletes, and pop stars. And of course, the Disney World trips. There are blown-up photos of those children and others on our walls, along with a whiteboard with leftover brainstorming about new institutional partners. We're a small operation, I say, moving my arm toward the smattering of desks in the conference room. Me, Julissa, a fundraiser, some support staff, and interns. So there's not a ton to see. But right now, I'm looking at what I most wanted to see. He's staring straight at me. I tuck a strand of hair behind my ear, tensing as I exhale. I may have had an ulterior motive. You care about the case, though, I hope. If this was just a ploy... No, are you kidding? He holds his hands up, and I can tell by his expression he's genuinely offended. Seriously, if you think that, you don't know me at all. It may have been a few years, but... Okay, I believe you. But still, what is it you're hoping to achieve? I cross my arms. I want to talk it over with you a lot more, especially with the length of time you want to spend, since it might make more sense to have a few days in shorter stretches, not just one big go, but figuring out the best way to plan it. I bite my lip, eagerly hoping he'll say something about wanting to see me. Stop being a child, Ammani. That's something we'll be figuring out a little closer to the date, I tell him. And again, Julissa is handling those sorts of details. But what about that ulterior motive? He stares at me intently. It's not what you think. I want to take you to dinner. I shoot him a doubtful look. To talk about the case and the organization, he continues. But yes, also to catch up. It's been so long, Ammani. I want to hear about the work you're doing and how you're doing. Nearly every fiber of my being wants to say no, but the part of me that wants to say yes, the part of me that's tired of longing for him, remembering that incredible year we were together, screams too loudly to fight it. What did you have in mind? I can tell from his grin that he's overjoyed. I'm not quite there yet.
Chapter 7. Cal. We're packed into a line waiting to get into Calderon Club. Above us, the red and black awnings whip in the wind as I fight the urge to shiver. The door's still 10 people ahead of us at least. Whew. Busier than I thought it would be, I say. They're never this busy. An elderly couple walks out with their food and I can feel my stomach grumbling, the smell of marinara carrying heavily on the wind. 1 second, Ammani. I leave the line for a moment and head to the host station. Hi, may I help you, sir? The host says casually. Then he looks up and his face changes. Cal Saunders, hey! We can scrounge up a space for you. Oh, thank you. Let me get my... I want to say girlfriend, but realize it's not true. Dinner companion. I go to the back of the line, her dark skin glowing like bronze in the fairy lights, and I pull her forward. What are you doing? She asks, alarmed. We can't cut. We're not. We have a reservation. I flash a winning smile and I see her lips begin to curl up. Welcome to the Calderon Club. Follow me, the host says to us. Ammani's eyes are still wide as if she's crossed the looking glass into Wonderland. We sit at a cozy table near a stylized painting of an Italian village on the homey yellow walls, both comforting and stylish. I don't think I've been here before, Ammani says. It's a Milwaukee institution, and a Blizzard Kings one. It's tradition for us to go here after games. Ah, so this is all just a game to you, huh? She tries to stifle her laughter but fails miserably, hiding behind the menu and peeking her eyes over. You had me going for a second, I say. We're still cracking up as the waiter arrives. Can I take your drink orders? The server asks over the din of the crowded dining room. We'll get a bottle of Prosecco to start, I say. She always loved anything with bubbles, and I can tell from her expression she still does. When the waiter pours it for us, we toast to making dreams come true. We both clink, and I look Ammani in the eye. She sips, looks away, and studies the menu. Have you had the spaghetti here? Ammani asks. It's really good, but for your first visit, you deserve something more exciting. The steak, chicken, and seafood are to die for, and they come with pasta anyway. Also, their pizza is amazing. Ah, there it is, burying the lead. You could just say you wanted pizza, but then that still leaves the question of what I'll have since you can eat a whole one yourself, no problem. Only on workout days. But I'm nice enough to give you one slice. Even over the loud restaurant, the melody of her laugh reverberates. Just look at the website. I turn my phone, showing the menu from the QR code. Award-winning from 1945. Hopefully the pies they're serving haven't been sitting around since then. Such a nerd. I'm not the only one who can rock the dad jokes. We decide to get pizza in addition to our entrees, and we'll take home whatever we don't finish. We start talking about Cooper and the flourishes we might have, like giving him a jersey and stick signed by all the guys, plus all kinds of other swag. Surprising him at his house in my convertible, showing him every part of the arena, introducing him to the players, and, of course, getting some time on the ice. The kids love it when they take a ride in the players' cars, especially with matching sunglasses. The photos are so cute. Ammani pulls up a photo album on her phone, showing an array of pictures of different kids with huge men. Here's this kid, Christopher, such a sweetheart, in Chris Middleton's car, from the Bucks. He has an Audi, too. Her joy is palpable when looking at the photo. That's adorable. How's Christopher doing now? Her face turns more somber. He's okay. It's been a journey. He was in remission, but they just found something. The waiter places our pizza down in front of us on a rectangular platter, and the steam rises onto our faces. The combination of mushrooms, sausage, olives, and pepperoni, laid out so deliciously on a blanket of mozzarella, makes my mouth water. He sets down 2 plates, adding that the pizza is very hot before walking away. No sooner has he left my vision than I'm grabbing the spatula and loading a square piece of pizza onto Ammani's plate, then one on my own. The cheese drips perfectly as I lift it over the threshold, a light pool of grease forming beneath it on the porcelain. Ammani rushes to pick it up and I hold out my hand, intercepting hers. The touch of her hand is more intoxicating than the Prosecco and pizza combined. You might want to wait a minute. I'm starving, Cal. And it smells so good. She picks up the slice of pizza and she flinches at the heat of the crust on her hands, but still brings it to her lips. I'm telling you, you're going to burn your mouth. She winces, then nods and smiles guiltily. What can I say? You were right. She picks it up again with a devilish grin, blows on it, and winces again when she takes a bite. It's so good, she says once she's done chewing. Her lips are full and luscious as she blows on it, and her smile is effervescent. I lift up my own, and everything is perfect. The cracker-thin crust, the subtly sweet tomato sauce, and the aroma of basil filling my nostrils. I eye my slice of pizza, studying it as though there might be a perfect visual indicator for when it's safe to eat. I've got to come here more often, she says. Oh, you will, I'm sure, I say, keeping my meaning intentionally ambiguous. It's hard not to with food this good. The entrees arrive, but after just a few bites, we get them wrapped up. Did the pasta live up to your expectations? I ask. It was amazing. I'm half tempted to eat more of it, but I think I would die. Yeah, don't risk death, although the food here might be worth it, and there's still dessert to consider. She clutches her stomach. No, don't mention dessert, because then we'll have to order it. We're ordering it no matter what. It's just a question of what we're getting. Cal, I'm flattered, but I'm stuffed and it's extravagant. I don't want to cost the foundation more money. She's crazy if she thinks she's spending a cent on this. Are you kidding? It's my in-kind donation. No way are you paying for anything. I don't want to compromise your stewardship. Then I'll pay personally. I don't want you paying. Please, it's the least I can do, I say. Cal! She starts to protest. Nope, no discussion. If you really want, you can take me out next time. But this one I'm getting. I'm too full to argue. You win by default. She didn't say no to the suggestion of going out a second time. Maybe it's going better. The waiter takes our order for tiramisu and turtle cheesecake to share. I hear glasses clink from the direction of the bar as the bartender shoves martinis and beer glasses across the wooden surface. People toast graduations and weddings. And I remember exactly what it felt like 2 years ago, that this is a girl I would have married if I didn't wind up ghosting her on her graduation day. I'd always wanted to take you here, you know. We just somehow never got around to it. I'm glad I can now. I look into Cooper's cool blue eyes. As a piece of turtle cheesecake appears in front of me, I realize that I'm tired of running away. How about a cappuccino or espresso? The server asks. Yes, we will, but we'll take it over at the bar, I say. You have time for an after-dinner drink, right? She looks around, contemplating her answer. I think I have time for one drink. One drink becomes two, and before long we're reminiscing about the memories I haven't let surface in so long. When she laughs, she touches my knee, and our stools gradually inch closer together until we're pressed closely. I want to kiss her so badly, but I know if I did, I wouldn't be able to stop. My teammates all thought it was so cute how you were sitting in the front row watching me, and not in the VIP room. Someone has a fan, I remember Brandon saying. How is Brandon, by the way? He's great. Just found out Jess is pregnant with their second. That's amazing. She and Jessica both bonded over growing up in Chicago's South Side. They're in Duluth. I see them every once in a while. Whenever I play the Thunderbolts, we go out after. At closing, we finally face the elephant in the room. Do we head home separately, or do we go with tradition and end in the same place? So, I'm going to call an Uber. How about you? I am too. Want to share? She lowers her eyelashes. I see on her face she wants to say yes. She nods her head coquettishly, and I lift her chin with my hand. She leans forward her face, and her lips touch mine, and it feels exactly right. Let's go back to my place, she says. Who am I to refuse a beautiful woman?
Chapter 8. Ammani. As Cal follows me into my house, my heart races with memories of our past. The way he used to hold me, the way he used to make me laugh, the way he used to touch me. It all floods back at once. I can't help but feel a sense of longing for what we used to have, along with trepidation for how many different ways my heart could break again. Everything good? Cal asks, tilting his head. Yeah, I'm fine. Just thinking about the past, I guess. He gives me a knowing smile. Me too. Suddenly the air between us is thick with tension. We stand there, looking at each other, both knowing what the other is thinking. Without a word, Cal takes a step towards me and wraps his arms around my waist. I don't resist. As we kiss, the memories of our past come flooding back, and a new excitement for the future blooms all over me. The way his lips feel on mine, the way his hands explore my body, the way he moans my name, are all familiar but new at the same time. I want you, I whisper. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from Vixavonromance.com. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on her website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story. He gently nudges me off of him and rises. With a quick kiss on my cheek, he gets dressed. He cuddles for a little while, then kisses my head gently. I have to get going. Okay, thanks for coming over, Cal. I don't try to stop him, as reality begins to set in. What the hell did we just do? And what does it mean? I shrug and settle against the pillows. Whatever happens, I'm glad I had this moment with him. I think.
Chapter 9. Cal, I texted Ammani in the morning at around 9, a little before practice. Thanks for yesterday, Ammani. I'm really excited about working with Cooper and dreams come true. And of course, reconnecting with you. Let's do it again sometime. I get onto the ice wondering what she'll text back, hoping that she will. 2 hours later, once we're done after showering and changing, I'm reaching for the phone. It was nice, Cal. Thanks for dinner. Julissa's going to be lead on Cooper still, but maybe we'll cross paths here and there. This is not what I was hoping for. I can work with it, though. I just keep the memory fresh of her from yesterday. Her wide brown eyes during dinner, her sonorous giggle, her stunning legs in stockings and out of them. I'm remembering the way Ammani's dark curls bounced against her shoulders when I held her up last night, underneath her, moving with more athleticism than this morning on the ice. I'm hearing her moan echoing in my ears when I felt her come. I need to calm my mind leaving the rink so no one sees the growing hard-on from visualizing her legs wrapped around my body. I get some texts and emails from Julissa that take my mind off of Ammani's disappointing text and place my attention where it belongs, on Cooper. We're aiming for next week for the day on the ice. Can you coordinate with your people about when the guys can do it and when the rink will be free? I realize now what an idiot I was to insist on doing this all myself. It didn't even wind up achieving the intended goal of FaceTime with Ammani anyway. I wind up including Paul on the threads with Julissa anyway. He gets the facilities staff and assistant GMs to coordinate getting it all together. The swag, the rink, the team schedules, the NHL press people, Cooper, and dreams come true. In other words, to coordinate everything except the one person I hope to connect with. Ammani. Cal, you can start reaching out to Cooper and developing a friendship. Here's his info. He's an iPad fiend, so definitely feel free to message him. Although you might need to up your texting game to keep up. Duly noted, I write back. I hear you're a Blizzard Kings fan. Well, this is Cal Saunders, and I'm a Cooper Thompson fan. I get a flurry of animated images of the word wow, along with various permutations of a mind-blown graphic. We're going to hammer out the details, but we'll definitely have a session on the ice together very soon. But in the meantime, I want to get to know you. You're an awesome kid. His overjoyed reaction almost makes up for Ammani not being involved. Maybe it's better this way anyway. If she were a part of it, I might be doing even more for her benefit than for his. Cooper quickly tells me about his day-to-day life, how he's not in school full-time anymore, but learns from online school and tutors who come in. He says his friends come over on different days of the week, and on Saturdays they play video games. His life sounds almost normal, except for the horrible illness ripping through his body, multiplying at a demonic pace. Hey, Cal, he says when we FaceTime with so much enthusiasm, I think he'll burst through the screen. Talking to him on video, I actually get annoyed with Ammani for letting her pettiness about me keep her from getting to know this incredible kid. Her loss, in more ways than one. Hi, Cooper. It's so good to talk to you. How are you feeling today? Amazing. I'm talking with Cal Saunders. He calls out off screen. Wesley, come in here. You have to see who I'm talking to. We talk every day in the run-up to the big day, and I know Julissa's pleased with the attention he's getting. Hopefully Ammani is too, although I haven't heard anything from her, except radio silence and forwarded email threads she's had with Julissa. We have a little surprise for Cooper the day before game day. You excited for tomorrow? I text him. Yes, I cannot wait! I write another message designed to freak him out a little, although his mom knows the ruse. I realized you're missing something important, but we'll figure it out. OMG. What? Cal. I want everything to be perfect. I get to his family's driveway 10 minutes later. I turn into the driveway of a small white bungalow with pansies blooming from the front walk. For half a second, I envision a home like this with Ammani. I wish she had come for this, but I'm grateful that she's back in my life at all. That's a start. Julissa is already parked out front to document, with a smartphone and a professional camera with her. Good to see you again, Julissa. You too, Cal. We ring the bell and his mother answers. Cooper, it's for you. For me? Really? I hear him yell down the hall. What is it, Mom? He says, perturbed, then looks up and gasps. Cal, what are you doing here? I drop my wares for a minute so I can give him a careful hug. I wanted to meet you, even though we're already good friends, of course. But more importantly, I have a few things for tomorrow for you. His jaw drops at the sight while Julissa snaps photos. In a huge basket wrapped with a ribbon, there's a jersey labeled Thompson with the number 9 for his age, and one for his brother, Wesley, with an 11. There's also a signed Blizzard King stick custom-made for his size, regulation padding, and top-of-the-line skates in his size, along with socks. We all sit on the couch, and I note how strange it is that he looks younger and thinner now than in the frame school photo that must have been from the year before. I know what this family is going through, having been through it all with my dad, only he had an entire life behind him. I need to see this through. I want to do anything I can to help them survive this ordeal, literally and figuratively. Come see my room, Cal. Cooper's freckled face brightens as Jalissa, Cynthia, and I follow him to his bedroom, gift basket in tow. Posters for the Blizzard Kings line every inch of his walls. I take out a pen and sign my name to each one. Cal Saunders in my bedroom. Holy moly. Mom, are you seeing this? I am, sweetheart, his mom says. Jalissa jumps up from inside the room, clicking photos with her phone. It's too bad Ammani isn't here to share in this. Cooper's face could melt my heart for days, and I'm sure hers would be so full it could burst. It's what I love most about charity work. Jalissa is recording video footage now. So for tomorrow, we have everything you need to practice with the team, I tell him, gesturing to the swag basket now in the bedroom. Sound good? You feeling up to it? Yes, I can't wait. I don't know how I'll be able to sleep tonight. Well, make sure you do. Big day ahead. Jalissa takes a group photo of me with Cooper, then with the whole family, and then I insist on taking a group selfie with Jalissa too. This is better than Christmas, Cooper jokes, sending a wave of laughter through the house. The sweet kid has no idea how right he is. With Ammani back in my life and Cooper's wish coming true before my eyes, it is better than Christmas. I'm buzzing just to hear her voice after I leave the Thompson house. My phone dings in my pocket as soon as we make it to the driveway. But not her, of course. I'm grateful to see that Jalissa's text with the photos includes Ammani as a recipient, as well as Paul. There are several exchanges on the group text, and with each one, my hopes dim that it'll be her. I'm so glad today went well, Ammani finally writes. Here's to tomorrow being even better, I respond. I know the odds are very long that Ammani will be there, but even if practice goes terribly, if she shows up even for a few minutes, it will be an incredible day, but I can't get my hopes up. Making Cooper happy is more than enough for tomorrow to be extraordinary. It's his dream day, after all. Not mine.
Chapter 10. Ammani. It's the big day at Blizzard Kings Arena. Jalissa and I arrive side by side, ready to make Cooper's big wish come true. My breath clouds in front of me as I open the doors and see that Channel 8 has arrived to set up. As we enter the rink, I realize I haven't been down on the ice since Cal and I were dating. As I dig my hands into my jacket pockets, I feel the cold envelop me like the hug of an old friend. The scent of frozen water fills my nostrils, sending shivers of excitement across my shoulders. Cal shoots me a sly grin as we make our way onto the ice, surrounded by boom mics and cameras. Lori Lett, our local newscaster, approaches. "How do you feel about your big day today, Cooper?" she asks. Cooper is so full of excitement that he can hardly answer. He looks at Cal for confidence. "We're all very excited, aren't we, fellas?" Cal says to the handful of teammates on the ice with him. "Yes, very excited," Cooper enthuses. "I feel like a real Blizzard King." "Because you are, Cooper," Cal says. "He's so charming. No wonder he's a darling of local media." He catches sight of me, interrupting the interview. "Ammani, you made it. Good to see you. Hi, Jalissa." "Hi, Cal." "And hi, Cooper," I say, shrinking back a little bit, not wanting the attention on myself, but seeing the eyes of the arena going toward me. Together with Dennis Weston and Patrick McGill, Cal makes up a trio known as The Business for how quickly they get the job done. They join hands with Cooper, flanked by a few other team members skating around. "Mr. Saunders, if we could just get another one with you and Cooper." "Excellent." I stand back from the noise as Cal and Cooper share smiles, which spread to everyone in the rest of the arena. "Hold your stick like this." Cal reaches over to Cooper to show him how to get a good grip on the stick. The little boy looks as though he's never been happier. "Look at me, Dad. I'm on the ice with Cal Saunders, the Cal Saunders, and The Business." I can't help but relish the look on Cal's face. Seeing him smile takes me back to our night together. Between the clicks of the camera shutter and the photographer's remarks to look this way and that, I'm temporarily lost in the memory of being in Cal's arms, pleasure flowing through me. I snap out of it almost as quickly. "Stop it, Ammani. Just stop." Not here. Not now. No. I feel more justified in my decision to step back from this one, though. All I need is to slip up during some wholesome moment by remembering Cal's incredible body tangled up with mine. Ammani, God. Ammani, what do you think? The team GM addresses me, shocking me back to reality. Cal was just saying they're one person shy of a 6-person team. You said you used to play, right? So how about it? Me? I can't deny the truth of his words, but I haven't put on a pair of skates in years, and I'm hardly dressed for it. I shoot a glance over to Cal, who has that look in his eyes that drives me wild, like it did all those years ago. I dare you. His steel blue eyes call to me from across the cold air. Please, Miss Ammani. Please, please. Little Cooper decides for me. How can I say no to the man of the hour? I don't think I'm dressed properly, though. I look over to Paul. Hey, Paul, can someone on staff get me a makeshift uniform and some skates? Size 7.5. You're okay even with the delay it'll cause, Cooper? Of course. I sometimes forget the efficiency of the professional sports machine. Almost as soon as I've gotten the words out, a young assistant comes out with a uniform that seems custom-made for me. In the stands with my shoes already off, I throw the shirt and pants over my dress. Cal skates to Cooper with an effortless grace and steadies him with his big hands. The fatherly way with which he protects Cooper melts my heart. I don't want to get ahead of myself, though. He's hurt me before and he can do it again. A few minutes later, I glide on the ice to join them. Cal speed skates to me and holds his hand out. I take it, shoot him a sweet, innocent smile, and almost immediately let go of his hand and jet onto the ice. I may not have done this in a while, but I was practically born with skates on my feet. You coming? I tease while skating backward to the center circle. Twirling the stick in my hands like a baton, I join Cooper on the center ice. Soon, a loud boom thunders from the overhead speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to welcome you to a very special game at Blizzard Kings Arena. We have a new star, Cooper Thompson, whose dream has always been to play with the Kings. And today, thanks to the Dreams Come True Foundation, he is on the ice with his hero, Cal Saunders, as part of the Milwaukee Blizzard Kings. Some of Cooper's friends are in a cluster in the stands. The sounds of applause and pumping music fill the stadium. Looking down at Cooper, I see a little boy who can hardly stand his own happiness, playing with some of his favorite players along with his brother. And somewhere in the mix on his team is me. Before long, the game is underway. Cooper has the puck and heads towards the opposition's goal. Cal comes up behind him, Patrick takes the right wing, and Dennis joins his left flank. From across the ice, I see the glee from behind Cooper's helmet as the announcer cries out, "I can't believe what I'm seeing, folks. Our newest star, Cooper Thompson, scores." Music pipes in to celebrate, along with cheers from both teams, for Cooper and a yell from the crowd. Cal skates to him, lifts him onto his shoulders, and skates him around the rink. They circle the ice with big smiles. Cal pulls up his helmet to expose a huge grin behind a scruffy afternoon shadow. Lori Lett meets them in the player's box with a microphone stretched from her arm. "Wow, Cooper, how do you feel after that big win?" The camera zooms in on the three of us. "Amazing." "Is there anything in the world that could top today?" "Yes. If Cal comes to my house for dinner, and the other players, and also Miss Ammani, since she helped us win, and Miss Julissa, please, say you will." Lori Lett's cheesy grin makes it impossible for me to say no, but looking at Cal, I know I don't want to. I've dreamed of it too many times, and I have a bad feeling that no matter what, it won't end the way I want. It will end with Cal flaking out, as he always does when things get hard. The Thompsons have to put extra leaves into the dining room table to accommodate the larger group. The team takes care of the catering, giving the Thompsons a much-needed night off from cooking. There's roast beef with mashed potatoes and gravy, green beans, freshly baked rolls, and stuffing. Is there enough on your plate, Cal? More than enough, Mrs. Thompson. Please. Call me Cynthia. Okay, Cynthia. Cooper proudly smiles and waits for silence to start saying grace, sitting around the table with his family, Cal, Patrick, Dennis, Julissa, and me. Bless Mr. Saunders. And please let the Blizzard Kings make the playoffs this year. And please let my surgery go well. My eyes meet Cal's, and both of us appear to be holding back tears. Sitting to Cooper's left, Cal places a hand on his tiny shoulder. To Cooper's right, his older brother does the same. It's clear that this family, despite the weight of their struggles, bears them as a team. Did you see me out there today, Wes? I was the best one on the team, Cooper says, breaking the tension quickly. Is that so? Cal says, setting his fork down and getting eye level with Cooper. Yeah. I mean, I scored more than anyone else. Isn't that what the best player does? Yep. I just wanted to make sure you were as certain as I was. MVP. We'll get you a trophy, I promise. Soon? I don't even care about the trophy, just about seeing you. This was so fun. You know it, kiddo. Can't wait. Great game today, Coop, I say to Cooper, giving him a fist bump. I cut the apple pie, giving Cooper his slice first, and then distribute it around the table. After dinner, I go with Cal and Julissa to look at photo albums with Cooper and his family. Julissa pulls up some of the photos she took from the day on her laptop. They're amazing, Cooper's dad says. We'll get them printed out and put into an album, Julissa says. Ammani, this one of you, Cal and Cooper, is just beautiful. I think it could be the cover of the annual report. I look at it, and I can't help but think how much we look like a married couple with a child. That could have been us. I want to think it still could be, but I don't trust him, and I don't trust my judgment when I'm with him. Julissa leaves first, and then it's just me and Cal. We say goodbye to the family and Cooper, giving each other hugs and promising to see each other soon. As the door clicks behind us, I feel an awkward pause. Walk you to your car? He asks. I mean, I'm just parked a few doors down. But sure. After a day like today, I won't say no. I'm too exhausted to fight my attraction to him. Once I start letting my guard down with Cal and getting comfortable, I never want to leave his presence. At least I can see that he feels the same if he wants to walk a block down the street to my car. Today was incredible, Cal. Thank you for agreeing to do this. Seeing you with Cooper, I wish I would have been able to do more in the planning. He's an awesome kid. After what I went through with my dad, I'd like to be there for his family. Reaching up to his neck, I draw him to my face and plant a kiss on his lips. He pulls away for half a second, sending a cold shiver through me. Before I can turn away, he pulls me into him and locks his lips with mine. The shine of Lake Michigan gleams in the distance, and though the freezing night air chills me to the very bone, I'm lit from within.
Chapter 11 at Cal. I can't believe Ammani's here. I was certain after all the disappointments in the planning phases she wouldn't be, and yet her dark curls come bounding in, and all I can see is her luminous smile, brighter than the reflection on the ice. So for our fans back at home, Cal, what does this experience mean to you? Lori Lett holds a vacant stare in my direction as the question hangs unanswered. I answer on autopilot, used to the media give and take, but my mind is there in the crowd next to Ammani. Well, for me it goes back to my dad. He taught me to skate, to hold a stick, everything. When he got cancer, lymphoma, it changed our family forever. That's why it's so personal to help Cooper today, for his dream to come true. Wow, that's powerful, Cal. Lori turns to Cynthia Thompson, who has begun to tear up. Mrs. Thompson, you must be overjoyed that Cooper has received this attention in his time of need. Yes, it's hard to say how meaningful it is for Cal to do all this. and the Dreams Come True Foundation. It's been Cooper's dream for as long as we can remember. Ammani's dark curls bounce against her white puffer coat as she strides toward the ice. Through the hum of activity around me, I'm drawn back to the taste of her lips. We take some interviews and the players lace up. There's Cooper, his brother and dad, and then me, and I do a head count of players. We're one man short. Wilson Bradford was supposed to come, but he had a last-minute physical therapy appointment. Well, Cooper, we can practice, but for a game, I think we need one more player. What do we do? Is there anyone you can call? Well, you see that pretty lady over there. I have it on good authority that she's an excellent hockey player. Could you ask her to join us on the ice and play as part of the team? She's the head of the foundation, so I think it would be awesome if she can. Paul nods his approval. Ammani, what do you think? Now that her attention is back in focus, it's just a matter of getting her back on the ice. Thankfully, Cooper makes an airtight argument. Before I know it, she's lacing up in the player's box. I suspend my hand in the air for her to take, knowing full well she's a better skater than me. It's this playful camaraderie I've missed more than anything else. Well, tied. We're 6-on-6 in the center of the ice when our announcer calls out Cooper's name, and the kid stands proud. You could hardly tell by looking at him that he was sick. Since spending time with him, I can never tell if it's the excitement that makes him so energetic or his internal strength. As he takes to the ice, I feel strongly that it's the latter. He handles the puck well, with agility and forethought, passing it to the other players and receiving it well. Deep down, I just know I have to do everything I can to help him. He reminds me too much of myself to let him go without a fair fight. Cooper scores another goal with some help from the other Blizzard Kings. While they show him how to victory lap around the rink like the pros do, Ammani skates into my line of sight. She's adorable, skating with alacrity and receiving the puck from Cooper to score a point herself. Are these boys going easy on you? I tease her from across the ice. Not a chance, buddy. She dodges me with the puck, even though we're supposed to be on the same team. She gracefully maneuvers around me, sending it to Patrick, who makes the goal. Whoa! Better watch out, Cal, we've got a ringer, Patrick says. Cooper yells over to her, clearly impressed by her skills. Watch this, Miss Ammani. I'm super fast. Very. Better than these old slowpokes, huh? A big smile crawls across his face at the thought of besting NHL professionals. Ammani receives the puck and passes it off to Cooper. Come on, Coop. Let's show these old-timers how it's done. He laughs all the way to the goal, missing his shot and falling. My heart drops, and I hope he's fine. I relax once I see Ammani skate toward him, only to find him lost in a fit of giggles, unable to stand from laughing too hard. Speeding to them both, I pull Cooper up and point to the clock overhead. There are only moments left to make a final goal. I signal to Patrick and Dennis to get into formation for our final big thrill for Cooper. Once Cooper has the puck, we put him into the lead. I'm calling it already. MVP of the game is Cooper Thompson, the announcer yells out. The scoreboard counts down and the buzzer sounds. Cooper is over the moon as the announcer declares his team the winner. I pick him up onto my shoulders, skating him around while everyone claps and cheers. The players have dropped their gloves, and the cameras are rolling for the big moment. I don't know how the Foundation pulled this off like they did. As I give a final interview for Channel 8, my mind keeps flicking back to the bright look in Ammani's eyes every time Cooper scored a goal. I want her to light up like that for me. I want it every day of my life. Cooper does me the biggest solid imaginable when he pipes up and begs us both to come to his house for dinner, along with Jalissa and the other members of the business. Live TV can convince anyone of anything. And sure enough, Ammani and I show up at Cooper's house, waiting for his mother to open the door. The late evening sun hangs over Lake Michigan, sending a yellow hue across the neighborhood and filling Ammani's eyes with a luster that holds me captivated. She slips on the front steps, and I send a hand out to catch her. Without warning, electric chills shoot through my body, making it hard as hell not to kiss her. But not in front of Cooper's house in broad daylight. You'll be here next to me, Cal, Cooper says as he guides us to the dining room. He motions to the head of the table. I'm next to you, and Miss Ammani is on the other side. Not next to you, Coop? She asks, touching his shoulder. No. His face is stern. Next to Cal. If I didn't know better, I'd say Cooper was playing matchmaker. I'll take all the help I can get, though. After how things went down 2 years ago, I know there's only one way to do this now. The right way. Dinner goes off without a hitch, and when it's time to leave, I get the biggest sign yet that there's hope for us when she talks about how impressed she was with everything. Out of nowhere, she reaches up and kisses me. I hesitate at first. Then I realize it feels exactly right. Neither of us wants the evening to end, so it doesn't. She comes with me back to my place. As we arrive at my high-rise, there's a pause before we get into the elevators. I look at her for half a second before taking her in my arms to kiss her again. Before this goes any further, she says as we arrive at the top and enter the landing, I think this time we should maybe just be upfront about our intentions. I stare into her eyes. I intend not to mess it up this time. Promise? I promise. I signed the promise with a kiss, taking her into my arms and whisking her inside. As the door closes, a shadow crosses my mind. I hope I can live up to my word.
Chapter 12. Ammani. I didn't realize how much I'd missed Cal. Now that he's here in front of me, it all comes crashing back. I've missed him terribly, and I want him even more. I'm excited to give our relationship another try. We both deserve it, especially considering how things ended the first time. I never wanted it to be over, and now, I don't think he did either. We have fire together. We're a good match. And the sex? My lips find his, and I feel his hands wrap around my waist, pulling me closer to him. The years apart have only made our connection stronger. His lips are soft yet commanding, and I feel my body respond immediately. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vixavon audiobook is available at Vixavonromance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product.
Chapter 13. Cal. We've got 15 seconds on the clock, the announcer says over the loud arena speakers. The big question is, can the Blizzards maintain their lead? Patrick, the center, and Dennis, the left wing, chase the puck forward, trying to get one more in. Everything is background noise until the audience begins the 10-second countdown. 10, 9, 8... They get to 1 and the arena erupts. We've won. The subs rush onto the ice and the whole team embraces beside the net. When the initial euphoria wears off, I look up to where I know Ammani is seated. I can barely make her out. A wide smile spread across her face like she just won the lottery. But I'm so proud she's there. I give her a salute, which she returns, and I beam with pride. Change in the locker room quickly, then make my way to my car. The engine's already running and the heat is on. But even better, Ammani is inside, and her face lights up as soon as I open the door. She runs out to wrap me in a hug before I can stop her. You'll freeze to death! But her arms are already around my neck. I'm so pumped. What an awesome game. Even better than the one before it. I wrap my arms around her waist and squeeze her into me. So how can I repay my favorite cheerleader? I think another ice skating date is overdue. How's tomorrow? Her soft voice rings into my ear. I'll be way too sore tomorrow. And I thought you said it should be a once-a-month tradition. It's only been 3 weeks since our first one. Screw the rules. This weekend, then. Deal? It's a date, I say. She gets back into the passenger side, and I drive her home. The next afternoon, I'm lazing around playing video games when my phone buzzes. The text is from Cooper. I saw your game highlights. Could you give me some pointers on how to make that saucer pass? It was awesome. We've hung out with Cooper a total of 4 times in the 2 months since the big day. Even though we text often, I haven't seen him in a few weeks. So despite wanting to sleep off the rest of the day, I call his mom and come up with a plan to see him that evening. Ammani and I head over to Cooper's home in Bayview, the smell of takeout wafting mercilessly around our noses. Wings, ribs, coleslaw, and cornbread. Ammani's a fanatic for greens, so I got a double order of them just for her. It's illegal for you to stop me if I try to jump in the back, right? She inhales deeply through her nose. I can't wait any longer. It smells too good. I accelerate the car in response. Please don't. We're almost there. She leans her head against the window and scowls like a sad child. The frown doesn't last long. She smiles when I glance over again. This is very sweet of you, sacrificing your rest day to be with him. It's no sacrifice at all. I should say the same about you, coming straight off a hard day at work. How could I say no? I get to see my 2 favorite guys. I carry most of the bags to the front door of their small bungalow, and Ammani rings the doorbell holding up one of the smaller bags. Cynthia opens the door with a wide smile and motions for us to be quiet with her finger. He doesn't know you're coming today. We creep into the house and put the food in the kitchen. Then I leave to get my other surprise from the car. I make my way around the back of the house with a box in my hands and begin to set up. I slide open the glass door in the backyard, and Cooper leaps over from the seat next to Ammani to give me a hug. Cal, I didn't know you were coming. I know. I kneel down to look him in the eye after breaking free. I have a big surprise for you, Coop. I'll show you after dinner. Oh, man. I don't know what could be better than this. He gets a grin. Except for getting the surprise now instead of later. George Thompson comes home from work, and Ammani and I spread out the giant bag of barbecue on the table, sparing the Thompsons the need to do too elaborate a job of table setting. Cooper is looking outside, and I can tell he's dying to take a look. His mom nods yes and turns on the outside lights. I lead Cooper out to the backyard. His little face lights up in awe. Is that my surprise? I nod. It sure is, buddy. All yours. He turns around to his mom, who is standing in the doorway. It's a real NHL half rink, with the Blizzard Kings colors, thank you. Do you see this? He runs up and hugs me, then runs to the backyard to see it. I can't believe it. After what seems like 1,000 thank yous, he goes in to bundle up, then we finish setting up the mock hockey rink with the help of an equally excited Wesley. It's big enough to actually practice saucer passes, and there's a flat, smooth surface that comes with it to lay out over the ground. Hours later, when I drop Ammani off at home, she turns to me. That was so nice, Cal. I'm seriously feeling so warm and fuzzy inside. Did you have it delivered, or did you go out and buy it? Delivered to the rink, ordered special from our supplier. I had Paul's help with it, but it was my idea. Paul was right. You really are a hell of a guy. We spend most of the week together, and on Saturday night, we cause a stir at Red Arrow Park as we get on the ice. That's Cal Saunders, I hear someone say, and I wave. But all I care about tonight is Ammani. What's with this terrible form? I laugh as Ammani teeters after me, unstable like a newborn deer. I'm starting to think you lied about having ever played hockey. You just saw me a month ago kicking your face on the rink, you nut. No, I might just need different skates. It's evening. The skating rink at Red Arrow Park is alight and filled with the sound of people having fun. I stretch out my hand to her, and she takes it with a grateful sigh. We go around the rink once before I lead her off the ice. After we exchange her skates, I sit on the floor to help her lace up the new ones. I could get used to this, she says, as she looks down at me. And so could I. After a half hour of feeling like we're rehearsing Swan Lake on skates, we head into the coffee shop next to the rink for some coffee to go. The steamy hot beverages warm our insides. We We sit in the stands of the outdoor ice rink, arms linked and watching people skate. I want to bring you to this place every week. Something about it really brings out the hopeless romantic in you, Cal Saunders. Well, next week's out because I have a spate of away games. Oh, I thought that was a figment of my imagination. I'm so used to seeing you almost every day. I don't know how I'll manage a week without you. I cup her chin and brush my lips against hers. The whole week I'm away, her words echo in my mind. All I can think of the entire time is the feel and sound of her, and I'm longing every night to get back. I pull out all the stops for a home-cooked meal 11 days later. "Please carry me in your bag next time," she says when I open the door. I kiss her passionately, and we don't let each other go for several minutes. A week and a half is way too long to stay away from you. My mind grapples with skipping dinner altogether, just curling up with her on the couch. Her stomach grumbles, and I decide against it. "I have an idea that will also be an excuse for us to spend even more time together," I say at the table. "Shoot! A fundraiser for the foundation. We can get the whole team involved." "Yes, I love it. What were you thinking?" "Big. So we'll need to take our time and really plan it out even if it takes months. Have a raffle, press, a lot of coverage, some dreamers past and present." "And the venue?" "A really great hotel. Pick any place and I'll pay for it. The next day, we drop by to see Cooper and tell him about the fundraiser. He throws a lot of ideas at us a mile a minute, too fast for Ammani to write them all down. I'm going to have to just do a voice memo of this conversation, because all of these ideas are gold. A petting zoo and ostrich egg ice cream. Everyone would love that, don't you think?" "There are no bad ideas in brainstorming, Cooper," Ammani says, so diplomatically that he doesn't even realize he's been shot down. He has some decent suggestions, too, like the kids designing hockey jerseys to auction off. The event consumes us. Even our mandatory romantic skate date the following week turns into a planning session. "Or we could just rent out this place and watch everyone fall on their faces," Ammani says with a laugh, as a twirl sends her tumbling to the ground. I bend down to help her up, and I realize this has been the most amazing month of my life. She's on the ground, but I'm the one falling hard.
Chapter 14. Ammani. It looks like it's smiling at us. Cooper looks up and points at a cow-nosed stingray, whose underside is pressed up against the glass of the aquarium. I can see his youthful excitement as he looks at the creature overhead. The white belly of the stingray shows up against the wavy blue lights, cascading through the plexiglass. A long line forms across the stingray's stomach, just under 2 dots, which look like small nostrils and 2 beady black eyes. "It sure does, buddy," Cal says, holding up his cell phone and taking a photo of Cooper's joy. Is that really its mouth? I see a layer of teeth barely concealed behind the line, and something Cooper takes childish joy in brings a sense of horror to me. Calming ambient music plays throughout the aquarium. I'm stunned that I hadn't noticed how weird stingrays are until now. It must basically eat with its stomach. I hear Cal laughing and realize he's staring right at my horrified expression. Somehow, he finds my utter terror amusing. The truth is that Cooper is a lot more well-behaved than most children at the aquarium, who are all running around, jumping on things and tapping on the glass, terrorizing the animals. Maybe if we'd picked a weekday, the aquarium might be a bit less crowded. "What are you laughing at, Cal?" Cooper turns around, moving his fascinated stare from the aquarium back toward us. "Oh, nothing," Cal says dismissively. Cooper approaches Cal, craning his neck to look up at him. "No, really? What were you laughing at?" Cal looks awkwardly back at me, unsure if he should spare me the humiliation and drop it or let me speak. To his credit, he doesn't want to embarrass me. I decide to make it easy for him. "I think it's that he just realized stingrays kind of terrify me," I say. Cooper stares at me in confusion. "But why? They're so cool." I shrug. There's something a little haunting about them. They remind me of ghosts or something. Not to mention those weird double clasper things. I'm so glad I'm human, and even more glad that Cal is. I guess maybe. He's already sauntering back toward the glass and is now back to watching the cow-nosed stingray. If he has a full life ahead of him, maybe he'd want to be a marine biologist. I try to stifle that thought. I'm hoping Cooper will be fine, but I know the reason I know him is precisely because the odds of his making it to adulthood are far lower than for most children. We make our way through the aquarium, but Cooper is flagging a little bit. We'll go home soon. Hey, Cooper, did you know that honeycomb cowfish can change color to hide underwater? Are they really tasty or something? Good question. Probably. Most fish are, right? I've never thought about it. We're making sure to do as much as we can with him before the bone marrow transplant, which requires immunosuppressants to prevent rejection, so he won't be able to go out much at all. In kids with leukemia, a transplant of the bone marrow can mean the cancerous blood cells are replaced with healthy ones. I've almost given up on Cooper, taking any more interest in the rest of the aquarium, but then we reach an area of the aquarium where visitors can pet stingrays and other fish. There's a small glass shield protecting a layer of shallow water. A sandy brown-haired boy and a blonde girl, both of whom appear to be around 6 years old, lean down over the casing. Cooper runs up to the tank beside them, sticks his hand in and squeals. It moved! The ray moved underneath my hand. It feels so weird. For about 15 minutes, Cooper hangs around the stingray display, petting them at every opportunity. I lean my head on Cal's shoulder as we watch, and he embraces me tightly. I know the surgery's probably going to be fine, but I still can't keep myself from worrying. Eventually, Cooper returns to us, and we move forward. I wonder if anything will catch his interest as much as the stingrays. I was worried about Cooper, but suddenly I'm starting to worry about Cal. He's brooding, like something shifted in the atmosphere. I take him aside for a moment, while Cooper is gawking at some jellyfish, another sea creature that gives me the willies. Is everything okay, Cal? Cal looks like he might say something, but then reconsiders. Of course. Everything's fine. He kisses me on the cheek and pats my back, but something still seems off. He's lost in thought the rest of the time. I worry that I might be losing him. This is how it started before, but I shake off the thought. Just enjoy the day, Ammani. We exit the building, loading Cooper into the car, as the bold dark and light blues and neon pinks of the Discovery Center facade, the vast museum housing the aquarium, disappear in the distance. Did you have a good time, Cooper? I realize he's passed out, dead asleep. I think he had a great time, Cal says, beaming. You were fantastic, and I know I had a great time. But as we pull up to Cooper's house and I lean in to kiss Cal, I still feel like he's holding back. I tell myself he's just worried, like we all are. Once the surgery is done, things will be better.
Chapter 15. Cal. The piercing white lights in the ceiling of the hospital hurt my eyes when we enter as part of his support team early in the morning. Cooper doesn't seem to mind, though. The kid's a champ, like always. He's sitting in his bed, waiting for them to come wheel him down to surgery, like he doesn't have a care in the world. I wish I were as calm as him. Ammani sits next to me on the couch for visitors. Cooper enjoys squeezing a little foam hockey puck one of the guys in the marketing department found in the back corner of one of the press offices. It has an old Blizzard Kings logo on it, which Cooper thinks is pretty cool. Cynthia puts her phone down. Dad just dropped off Wesley at Grandma's house, so he's on his way. He said he was going to bring you a Juicy Lucy later. All right, Cooper says with a triumphant smile. I've learned that the messy cheeseburger, a Wisconsin delicacy, is a point of light-hearted contention within the Thompson household. He offered me one too, but I politely declined. Bad decision, Cooper replies with a laugh. He looks up at me. Hey, Cal, catch! The little stress reliever flies through the air, I reach up and snag it. "Whoa, nice arm, buddy," I tell him with a smile. "Are you sure you aren't actually a baseball player?" He did one season of fall ball at school when he was 7, but really it was just killing time until hockey season started. I chuckle. "I was the same way. Baseball is too slow for guys like us, isn't that right, Coop?" I flip the puck back over to him. "And there's hardly any hitting. Where's the fun in that?" Ammani nudges my shoulder playfully. "Not that hitting is the part of hockey we want to encourage." Her tablet starts to beep. She looks up at Cooper with an excitement that is frankly adorable. "Great news, Cooper. We just got a video message for you." The two of us cross over to Cooper's bed and put the tablet on his lap. When he taps on the screen, I see Wilson's snaggletooth grin. "Hey, Cooper! We know you have Cal there with you already, but we all wanted you to know that we're here cheering you on, too." The camera pans over to Joaquin. "We can't wait to have you back here on the ice with us. So until you're back on your feet again, we have the next best thing." Joaquin turns the camera around to show a life-size cardboard cutout of Cooper sitting in the penalty box. The three of us all start laughing. "Did you know they were doing that?" Ammani asks quietly. I give her a coy shrug. "Maybe." She leans over and gives me a peck on the cheek. The video cuts to a shot of the full team waving and cheering. "See you soon, Cooper!" The kid hands the tablet back to Ammani and beams at me. "Thanks, Cal and Ammani," he says. "I'm glad you've been my friends." I reach my fist out to him. "No, buddy. I'm glad that you're my friend. And we're going to be friends for a long time, all right?" He bumps my knuckles. "Yeah." A nurse walks in and starts to unlock the wheels on Cooper's bed. "All right, Cooper, it's time. Are you ready?" Cal quietly nods. His mother wipes her eyes. "I'm going to be right here when you get out," she says, her voice cracking. "I love you so much. See you in a few hours, baby." He reaches out and squeezes her hand. "I love you too, Mom." As the nurse wheels the bed out of the room, I feel Ammani take in a sharp breath. I rub her back reassuringly and wave to Cooper with my other hand. Once the bed is out of sight, Cal's mother collapses into a sobbing heap. Ammani and I kneel down on either side of her and huddle close until the tears subside enough for her to stand again. "I can't lose him," she says with a sniff. "I can't lose my baby." "Then it's a good thing he's getting this surgery, and he's a tough kid. I'd even bet he'll be back on his feet by the afternoon if they let him." Ammani touches Mrs. Thompson's shoulder. "Whatever happens, we'll be right here by your side." She brushes a tear from her cheek. "You don't do this with every child, do you?" A small, sad smile crosses Imani's face. "I would if I could. We don't always have partners like Cal and the Kings who are willing to go above and beyond for our kids. But the extra resources we'll be able to afford after our fundraiser will help us do more, and I can't wait." Cynthia takes a long breath to steady herself. "I'm going to take a short walk and get some water. If they were smart, they'd also have a place that serves wine. I'll be back." Ammani and I sit down on the couch. She lays her head on my shoulder. "Do you really think he's going to be okay?" I stare off at nothing in particular. I hope. But this is Cooper we're talking about. That kid can handle anything. "Yeah," she says quietly. We sit in silence for a moment. "You smell nice." I pat her knee and close my eyes to rest them for a bit. When I open them again, Cooper's mom is back and his dad has arrived. She brought us some food, and we eat for a while, not saying much. We listen to some music and see what's on the TV, but there's not much to say. There's a knock at the hospital room door. A doctor steps in, wiping her hands on her faded green scrubs, along with Cooper's oncologist. The surgeon removes her mask, and I can see a look of deep concern on her face, along with Cooper's doctor, whom the family knows well. I hold Imani's hand as the doctors command all of the attention in the room. "Is everything okay?" Mr. Thompson asks, while Cynthia clutches her hands to her chest. The doctor replies in a calm, measured voice. The transplant itself was completed. However, there were some complications toward the end. Cooper's heart rate dropped unexpectedly, and while we did get him back to a steady rhythm, he is showing what we would refer to as a delayed emergence from his anesthesia. Cooper's mom shakes her head. I don't know what that means. What's wrong with Cooper? He's slipped into a coma. Gasps rise up in the room, and the doctor continues to speak. It's not typical, but it's not unheard of either. Patients almost always emerge, but it's a question of when. And as you know, Cooper's body is weaker, so it's hard to predict. He'd have to be in the hospital for his bone marrow to regrow. But obviously this is not a good outcome. The air rushes out of me and my legs give out. I fall back onto the couch in shock. Ammani and Cooper's parents continue to talk to the doctor, but it sounds like everyone is underwater. I had prepared myself for the possibility of the surgery working or failing, but I hadn't prepared myself for this. Coma is just one step removed from death, and he's 9 years old. I look over at the empty space where Cooper's bed had been just this morning. Everything changes in front of my eyes, and the bright room in Milwaukee Children's Hospital suddenly feels like a hospice ward in Oshkosh. That's where I watched my dad slowly withering away. Ammani touches my shoulder, and everything snaps back to how it was. Cal, are you all right? You look like you've seen a ghost. The surgery went well. I stand up from the couch and try to brush it off. Yeah, I'm good. Just worried about Coop. How long do they think it will take for him to wake up? That's not something anyone can know for sure, she tells me. Right, but he is waking up, right? I reply sharply. I look over at his mother. She's staring out the window in a daze. George is pacing back and forth. I turn back to Ammani. I mean, he has to. He's waking up. She just looks at me with tears growing in her eyes. All we can do is hope for the best. They're going to bring him back into the room and make him comfortable. I start to back away from her, finding myself moving towards the door. Her face twists in confusion. Cal, I can't see him like that, Ammani. I can't. I turn to walk out, but I stop to look back over my shoulder. I'm sorry. I can't do it. I walk down the long, sterile hallway. The constant beeping of the machines in all the rooms along the way starts to pound inside my brain, so I pick up my pace. I reach the elevator and press the down button over and over again until the doors open. Once I get into the small space, I try to calm my rapid breathing, but it won't stop. Ammani tries to call me twice before the elevator reaches the first floor. I let it go to voicemail. A little girl in the first floor lobby recognizes me and asks for an autograph. My hands are shaky as I scribble my name on her teddy bear's t-shirt. I feel like I want to throw up from seeing another sick child. How can life be so cruel? My phone buzzes again. It's Coach Baxter, probably checking in on how the surgery went. I let it go to voicemail. I don't want to talk to him. I don't want to talk to anyone until I know that Cooper's going to be okay. And if he isn't okay, then I just want to shut the world out. I walk to the parking garage and find my car in a daze. The entire world feeling like a different one from the one that existed this morning when I parked. I put my hands on the roof to steady myself. When I get inside the car, I clench the steering wheel and howl like a wounded animal. My wailing is interrupted by the sound of my ringtone. It's Ammani again. I turn my phone off.
Chapter 16. Ammani. Ms. Bellamy? Ms. Bellamy? I'm snapped out of my trance to find a work-study intern in my office, looking down at me, wanting me to sign off on her hours. Oh, right, sorry. I sign the document and instantly turn back to my work. I wonder how long I'd been zoned out for. I have a lot of work to do. But no matter how hard I try, my mind keeps drifting back to Cooper. I've been in this line of work for a long time. I've seen a lot of joy and happiness, but also a lot of pain and a lot of hurt. Cooper's precarious condition is hitting me harder than anyone else ever has. partly because he brought me together with Cal again, but also because there's something special about him. The news that something went wrong with his surgery crushed me. Cal's leaving compounded that devastation. It's one thing for someone to be sick and fall unconscious. It's another for someone to consciously decide to turn their back in a time of need. I can't let myself dwell on the pain, for my own sake, and for the sake of all the other kids I work with. I can't collapse. It wouldn't be fair to them if I fell apart. They need me, and I need Cal. But I know better than to expect him to be capable of tolerating another person's emotional needs. He hasn't changed. I don't know if I'm angrier with him for trying to convince me he had, or angrier with myself for actually believing it. When something stresses him out too much or affects him too deeply, he just shuts down. He cuts off anyone who might try to help them and keeps everyone who cares about him at arm's length. More than anything, this tendency stuck in the back of my mind whenever I imagined a future with him. At least I know now before I've made any commitments, instead of when we're at the altar and he's decided it's too much. But that doesn't stop me from crying and wanting to throw my phone across the room every time I call and it goes to voicemail, or when I text and know that his phone is off or not taking any messages. But I wish he could be around just for a moment, so I could tell him what it's doing to me. If he knew, would he even care? When he acts like this, it reflects on me. Does he not love me enough to confide his troubles in me? Am I not a positive enough light for him to want me there when he's in the darkness? I feel rejected, unloved, and played, like I'm nothing to him. I cannot build my life around this. I type messages to him and then delete them, saving them in notes. I debate whether I'll send them eventually. It's over. How can you do this to me? It's just stored in memos for now. I'm not strong enough to really cut him off. I'm not like him, capable of just turning my back. Ammani? Julissa walks into my office, and I snap out of my spiral again. I can't keep letting myself zone out into my own sorrow like this. Yes, Julissa? What can I help you with? We have that meeting for the fundraiser? Oh, right. When is it again? It was supposed to start 5 minutes ago. I have everyone gathered in the conference room. Oh, damn. I'm sorry. Lost track of time. That's fine. We're also still waiting on Cal. Is he here? Cal hasn't shown up yet? Unfortunately, that isn't a surprise. But I suppose part of me was hoping he still would. No. Have you heard from him? Yes. I haven't. But there is no sense in wrapping Julissa up in all of this. Best to just keep carrying on. I know that'll help me. He won't make it today. Let's carry on without him. I follow Julissa into the conference room, and we hold the meeting. But still, no matter how much I distract myself, my mind keeps going to Cal. He should be here, and he's not. The chair in front of his placard is empty, and I tick one more imaginary box of another time he abandoned me. Over the next few days, he continues to not be where he should be. He's a ghost. He misses meeting after meeting, ignores official email after email. He doesn't answer the phone and doesn't text back. Nothing. The only reason I know he's still alive is because I hear reports of him still going to practice and games. Another day, another attempt to text and call. Another day of complete and utter radio silence. I give so much and I get nothing in return. I'm the idiot who keeps trying, though. I haven't changed either, I suppose. I text him when I know he's getting up for early morning practice. Nothing. I call him when I know he should be just getting home from a game. Nothing. Never an answer. I don't even get the indicator that says he's read his messages when I send him something on WhatsApp. Ammani? Julissa comes into my office after another long day of ignored texts to Cal. Yes? I'm not late for another meeting, am I? No, she says with a laugh. That's not what I'm here about. I'm actually waiting on some confirmations from California, and he hasn't responded to any emails I've sent him in the past few days. and I need his sign-off before I can move on to what I need to do next. Oh, damn it, I'm sorry. Just do whatever it is without him. I'll sign off, or Paul can. We don't need him dragging our efforts down by being unreliable. I realize my anger is overflowing. Is everything okay with him? Is he all right? No, he's not all right. I say with brutal honesty. He's taking Cooper's condition hard. She looks at me a little confused. Even working here as a college intern, and for a little more than a year, she understands that we can't act as though we're victims. We're not the ones who get to fall apart. You know what, Julissa? Just carry on with your work as if you got his approval, and if he shows up and complains, the buck stops with me. Are you sure? Totally. After all the ignored calls and texts, I don't see a need to keep protecting his image. Besides, once he actually is back long enough to talk to him, I'll end it. Thank you. Julissa moves to leave my office. Thank you, Jay. I don't know what I'd do without you. Once she's gone, my hand instinctively moves to my phone, ready to send Cal another text, but I stop myself. No more. No more texts to Cal. No more unanswered calls. I won't do it anymore. If he wanted to respond or answer, he would have already. He knows how to reach me. I can't keep putting myself out there just to be rejected. I just can't believe he's dropping his responsibilities and the commitments that he offered, like the fundraiser. I never asked. I thought if anything would keep in his focus, it'd be that. He was so invested in it because of his dad. Losing him to cancer at such a young age has informed so much about who Cal is as a man. That much is clear. But I guess it's also informed who he is when he feels like being a child. He's shutting everyone out because he's afraid. Cooper slipping into a coma has probably brought some bad memories to the surface, but it doesn't remotely excuse it. I'm willing to just give him a pass if he pokes his head back into my life and forgive him without question. I have my own needs that deserve to be met, and maybe Cal just isn't the man to do it. Living in constant fear that Cal will just withdraw away from me at a moment's notice is no life at all. I need to be able to relax, to know that I have someone who will be there to support me when I need it, whenever I need it. A few days after I stop reaching out to Cal, I get the phone call that I've been waiting for. Not one from California. The phone call I've really been praying for. I'm walking out of a meeting when my phone rings with a call from Cynthia Thompson. My heart drops as I fear the worst. I don't know if I've ever answered a call so fast in my life. Cooper just woke up. Oh, thank God. I don't hear anything else. It takes everything in me to not scream with joy right in the middle of the office. A huge load of stress lifts right off my shoulder. My focus returns to the phone call, just in time to hear, "He wants to see you and..." I'll be right there. I dump everything in my hands onto the nearest desk and rush to the door. As I drive to the hospital, against my better judgment, I try to call Cal, but in a surprise to no one, he doesn't answer the call. Bastard, this is the call you want. Just answer. I yell into the ringing phone. Call after call to Cal goes unanswered. Maybe he's already there? Cooper's parents might have called him too. This is Cal Saunders. Please leave a message. Hey, dumbass. Answer your phone. You're being selfish. You can't shut the world out. Click. Once at the hospital, I make a beeline to Cooper's room. Ammani, Cooper calls out as I step into the room. His voice is weak, and his skin looks pale, but he looks full of life, with a little more strength than when I saw him go in for the surgery 2 weeks ago. Cooper, how are you? Is Cal with you? I look around the room and just see Cooper's family. I guess Cal isn't already here. I look at Cooper's mom and shake my head. I tried to call him, but he wouldn't answer. We were hoping he was with you, she says. No, he won't answer my calls either. Where's Cal? Cooper asks. He's not here right now. but I left him a message and I'm sure. Cooper tries to keep a neutral face, but the tears flow. This is what your selfishness wrought, you jerk. You were so upset about this child's well-being when he wasn't actually conscious that when he is conscious, he sees that you've abandoned him. Selfish. Prick. Cooper, I give him a big hug, knowing if I say more, I'll wind up crying too, and he doesn't need to see that. Cooper's mom grabs my arm and pulls me aside. The doctor said that coming out of a coma can be rough. Is there any way you can get in contact with him? I sigh. I can try my best. I'm so sorry about this. I wish I could say that this isn't like him, but... She rubs my shoulders. I understand, honey. People react in all different ways. But I'll find him for you and drag him here if I have to. It's not fair for him to do this to Cooper. I have to tell myself to lower my voice so Cooper doesn't hear, although kids pick up a lot more than adults give them credit for. Thanks, Ammani. Thank you, Cynthia. If I have to drag him here hogtied, I will get Cal Saunders in this room. I'm not even nervous about seeing him. I'm just furious that I have to show up at his doorstep to get him to act like an adult with a heart when there's a kid who's twice the man he is right now.
Chapter 17. Cal. I'm just going through the motions each day. I don't care anymore. My soul hurts, and there's a darkness in my heart. I'm not sure how I'm going to keep moving forward. I can't keep my mind off Cooper. I feel a burn deep in my belly, ashamed. I should really be checking in with the hospital. I hope he's doing better. I'm just not strong enough to call. Honestly, right now I'm only fulfilling my obligations to the team at this point. I need to keep my job, and that's all I can handle right now. I just want to be alone. I can't imagine seeing Ammani or any of my friends. They'll ask too many questions, and I'll have to think about losing them, too. Let them all think I'm a jerk. In reality, this is just how I've always dealt with things, shutting it all off. I can't bear to be around other people at times like this. I come to practice, skate, and leave. That's it. After a long day of fulfilling the only obligations I can handle right now, I walk into my apartment and sigh. I should eat something, but I'm just not really hungry. So I walk over to my fridge and grab a Miller. Then I walk over to my living room. I sit down on my couch with the beer, and I bring the bottle to my lips for a drink, and sigh. This isn't going to help, but nothing else is either. I slide my hands through my hair, trying to relax. Then I close my eyes. Maybe I'll just sleep until tomorrow. That's when I hear a buzz at the door. Go away is my first instinct. Whoever it is, I'm not interested. I take a swig and set the bottle down on my coffee table. I hear another buzz repeatedly, annoyingly, just like Ammani used to do when she was pissed off. I buzz the intercom. Who is it? I haven't talked in a while, so my voice sounds strange to me like sandpaper. Cal, it's me. Open up. It's important. I push the intercom button, closing my eyes. I'm coming. I mumble out with a sigh. Then I hold the button to open the door. And a minute later I hear the elevator arrive at my floor and the pounding of her fist at the door. She's standing there bathed in the hallway light, gorgeous as always. Her loose curls are cascading over her shoulders. Where I'm used to seeing love, her brown eyes burn with fury. She doesn't want to be here any more than I want her here. Why would she, with how I've been acting? Come in. I'm not here for a social visit, and if it weren't for Cooper, I wouldn't be here at all. She's not saying it, and I'm not asking. I can't bear to hear bad news. That's right, Cooper. The one you were so upset about, you decided to say bugger off to the whole world. Well, guess what? Now that he's awake, he's part of the world you're saying, damn you two. I hope you're proud of yourself. He's okay? No, he's heartbroken because his prick of a hero decided that he was too sad to be there for anyone else, so he wasn't there for him when he needed him. You're not the man I thought you were. You're not a man, you're a child. That's fair. You deserve worse. Anyway, there's a kid who's waiting for you to stop being a baby when you're ready. He wants you to visit. He's willing to give you another chance. And I care about him enough to tell you that. But you won't get that chance with me, Cal. Call his mom or message him. He's in the same room in the hospital for now if you want to just try your luck there. Bye, Cal. Good luck to you. I'm sorry, Ammani, I don't know what to say. But she's already walking away, back at the elevator by the time I get out all the words. Wait, please. The elevator door closes, and I hear the electrical hum follow. I did exactly what I said I wouldn't. I messed up. I don't know if there's a way to fix it, but I have to try. And even though Ammani deserves better, I can try to become a man who deserves her.
Chapter 18. Ammani. So much for promises. The cold nips at my face on my way outside, but Cal's carelessness has me hot enough under the collar that I barely feel a thing. I should have known better than to think he was ready. After cool breaths from the freezing air start to drain me, I slump into the driver's seat feeling defeated. I got what I wanted, sure. But what does it bode for our future if Cal just jumps in when things are easy and out when it gets tough? I can't plan my life around that. I show up at the hospital entrance a few minutes later, feeling more determined than ever to keep my distance from Cal at all costs. I'll tell the family he's coming, but that's where it ends with him. So what if being back with him felt like returning home? I'll just have to make a new home somewhere else. I've done it before, and I can do it again. I need higher standards for myself than to spend my life waiting for someone to show up. Stepping into the warm waiting area, I run into George Thompson in the respite room, filling what has to be his millionth cup for the day. His eyes look worn from the lack of sleep and brighter than before, now that his son's health has improved. Turning to enter Cooper's room, I just can't believe Cal's indifference to their suffering. His support during the coma would have meant the world to this family. Maybe he'd find more peace being there for someone else, rather than running away at the faintest whiff of his past. It's his loss, I tell myself as I enter the room and see Cooper's face, smiling and only a little bit disappointed that Cal's not with me now. I muster my best grin. "Hey, buddy, I've got some news for you. Looks like Cal is planning to come." Cooper's face turns bright again, and while he's weak, it's clear the news has changed his attitude. In seconds. His devotion to Cal is unfailing, which fills me all the more with rage. There's so much more I want to say, but discretion gets the better of me as I remember that Cooper's been through enough. I can hardly expect him to understand it anyway. "Are you excited to see him?" "I know he's excited to see you." I'm only hoping to pass the minutes politely so that I can leave as soon as he arrives. "Yeah," he says, smiling. "What about you, Miss Ammani? Are you happy to see Cal again?" Struggling with an answer, I fumble. "I'm glad when you're glad." It doesn't have the effect I hoped for, as Cooper's face turns gray. "You're mad at him, aren't you?" It's complicated. My feelings shouldn't cloud this sweet boy's perception of his hero, but I can hardly resist the urge. How could Cal have treated this amazing boy like this? Cooper's just precocious enough to read between the lines. "If you are mad at him, you shouldn't be," he says. "He's a learner, you know, like everyone." A learner? I puzzle over the meaning as the look in his eyes becomes more determined. "Yeah, a learner. That's what my mom says. Everyone's a learner. So you can't be hard on yourself, or others, 'cause nobody's perfect." "Your mom's pretty smart." I smile, seeing a boy but hearing wisdom beyond his years, wisdom beyond Cal's, maybe. "Yeah, she is. She says people don't know how to act with things that are too hard for most people to imagine. Like cancer. They always get weird, but everyone is a learner. Even my parents don't know what to do sometimes." I want to believe him for his sake, but part of me wants to argue against it. "I don't know though, bud. I know how much he means to you. I hate that he let you down. He didn't. Typical, I think, considering how much he admires him. Cal's so quick to charm, and everyone else is so quick to forgive. No, Miss Ammani, he didn't. I know he cares about me. About you, too. I know he's going to come here and see me. Let's hope. This is so hard. I hear so much optimism in his voice, and the child in me wants to indulge myself, like pretending Santa Claus is real. But I've been down this road before with Cal. I just don't think I can do it to myself again, no matter what he does to try to make it up to me. If he does, that is. There's something messed up, too, when someone can treat people they care about like trash. But if it's a kid, make an exception. Everything about what Cal did is messed up. Cynthia enters the room a minute later, while Cooper gushes the good news about Cal visiting. They fall into a happy moment, but I can see that they're harder to convince than Cooper is too. They know that people are unreliable. They know that when the cameras have come and gone, they'll be here for their son, but they can't count on anyone else to be, no matter how much they want to. Ammani, this is amazing news. When can we expect him to be here? Expect? This is Cal Saunders we're talking about. We can't expect anything. I don't want to ruin the moment, but can't take it any longer. Soon, hopefully. But no, he didn't say. I give them a look that they understand, and they nod. Cooper, we've got your fundraiser coming up. Are you excited? Are you preparing any remarks for it? It's a poor distraction from seeing Cal again, but that's all I've got right now. Looking at Cooper with his brother and parents huddled around him, I can't help but feel a loss myself. For half a moment, I thought about putting down roots here permanently. I thought I could have something like this of my own. I shudder at my naivete, tucking my arms into my oversized sweater, trying to disappear. My time with Cooper will end eventually. I work for the Wisconsin office of Dreams Come True, but that doesn't mean jobs in other branches don't open up all the time, or similar organizations. I'd rather not pack up and start over, but I don't know if I can stick around with Cal's picture plastered all over the city. It was hard enough the first time, but it was my dream job. It just happened to be here. But there are other dream jobs out there in places where I don't need to be tempted by someone who will never be what I need. The clock ticks toward 11, and I get angrier by the minute when it's clear Cal's not getting here. Has he even texted them yet? I have work in the morning. I wish I could get a tent and camp out here, but I'll come by to visit as soon as I can. Thanks, Ammani. Cooper opens his arms, and I squeeze him in a hug. We love you, Cynthia says, and George and Wesley nod. Love you too. That night, I'm a mess of feelings as I try and fail to sleep. How does it make sense for a man to act the way he does? There's his soft, caring, I'll do anything for you side, and then there's the ghost. I try my best, but I don't think there's any way to reconcile the two. He's a learner. The words ring in my ears. Does that mean we're all teachers? And when will he actually finally learn? And do I have time to wait for it? Weighing the possibility that he might still show up for Cooper versus the likelihood that he will ghost keeps me wide awake for hours. There's just no way to know what he'll do. The only relief I have is the hope that someone out there knows better than me, like Cal's most loyal fan.
Chapter 19. Cal, Ammani's words haunt me through the night. If it weren't for Cooper, I wouldn't be here at all. I'm a mess in my blankets, twisted up in the sheets. Too hot and too cold. The bitter sting of each phrase cuts me afresh. You're not the man I thought you were. You're not a man. You're a child. An endless ache thumps in my chest as the clock ticks on. The hours pass with no sleep in sight. At last, I admit defeat and rise from the bed without any actual sleep. The sun creeps in with the dawn. As I look out at my room, shadows stretch across the floor. Look at this mess, I say to the dirty clothes and dishes. An open pizza box sits near the window, piled over with various takeout orders. Covering my nose, I shuffle to the kitchen in search of a trash bag. There's a way to make this right, I tell myself, stuffing the box and its contents into the bag first. There has to be. A thought hits me that I don't want to consider. The idea that I could fail. I push it from my mind. No. There at least has to be a way to make this right. At least with Cooper. An hour later, the place has regained some livability. After a shower and a shave, I try in vain to make my hair lay down. I grab a pair of jeans and a collared but casual shirt. I don't want to look like I'm trying too hard, even though I am. I have a brainstorm in the shower and show up to Cooper's visiting hours arms laden with gifts. I have no way of knowing what to expect as I sign in. My heart is high in my chest with hope, knowing that I have to start somewhere. "Hi, Cal," Cynthia says a little stiffly. She hugs me, but I detect a coolness that I haven't before. "I'm so glad you're here. He's just waking up now, but you can see him." Her disappointment in my recent behavior in her eyes, which look quickly away from mine, stings as I make my way inside. Cooper looks a lot better, so much so that my heart lifts to see him. He doesn't look exactly happy to see me, but it's better than Ammani's face at my door. We have a ritual in hockey that reminds me of this moment. If you push a guy over and over in a game, at some point, he'll boil over. When he does, you let him belch you across the face. The crowd loves it, the refs allow it, and it helps us blow off steam for the rest of the game. Cooper sits up in his bed and looks at me. I'm normally the player giving lumps, not taking them. Yet I have a feeling, seeing his little face less than pleased to see me, that today I'll be getting mine. "Hi, Cal." I give him a hug, and although he holds me tight, it's a little more tepid than usual. I'd like to think it is because he's still tired. But I know better. He must know how much I let his family down. "Hey, buddy, I'm so glad to see you. I missed you. I was so scared for you." Fortunately, I don't remember very much of it. I was asleep and then I was awake. I really wanted to see you. "I know. I got here as soon as I could. I'm glad you're here for me." I'm taken aback. I feel like I've let everyone own, and I feel like I don't deserve it. "But you need to be here for other people, too." There it is. Much kinder than I deserve. I'm proud of him for having the courage to say it. "I came as soon as I heard you were awake. I thought you might need some things here to help you with your recovery." A nurse tends to his bedside, setting out his lunch on a tray for him. She checks his IV drip, then does a double take. "Cal, good to see you here," she says. I try to show him the gifts, but he just focuses on eating. Part of me wants to smile, seeing him expertly divvy up the peas and mashed potatoes without ever putting a bite near his mouth. "Don't you want to open them? Wesley, do you want to?" "Yeah." "Okay." "You don't want to, Cooper?" "I just think Wesley will have more fun. He was more scared than I was." Wesley sits on the bed and rips open remote-controlled cars, hoverboards, and tablets, along with all kinds of hockey swag. Cooper looks over every once in a while in approval. Then he sees the brand-new gaming console and headsets. "That's for all of us, buddy. You, me, and Wesley can play it. Would you like that?" He seems to like them generally, but there's just something off. "Cal, it's just too much. I don't need all this stuff." Mrs. Thompson's smile is warm again, giving me hope that at least I'm headed in the right direction with someone. "This is the greatest day of my life!" Wesley holds the gaming system to his lips, unable to contain himself anymore. "It's nice. Thank you, Cal," Cooper finally says. "But I was a kid once, too. I know a muted answer when I hear one." Wesley and his mother take the gifts to the side table to open them. Taking advantage of the moment, I steal a word with Cooper. "Something wrong, buddy? You don't like the gifts?" "The gifts are fine," he says, "but gifts can't make up for it when you're not treating people right. And being nice to me doesn't make up for treating my friends and family badly. They were really upset, Cal. Every time you call me, buddy, I think about how you weren't acting like one with people I love. I've been in high-stakes games, playoffs, and fistfights on the ice that had me waking days later in the hospital. But this kid has me at my knees like nothing before. I'm really sorry, Cooper. It's not me you should apologize to. Ammani loves you, Cal. I told her not to be mad at you. But you made her upset. And I can't blame her. That makes me upset, too. Fighting the urge to apologize again, I take a moment. There's something about this kid. He doesn't have the answers, but he definitely has perspective. I don't think she'll forgive me. That's up to her, but you can't keep shutting people out when you get upset about something. You sound like her. Thank you. She's right. It's not easy for anyone, Cal, but it's a lot harder when you can't count on people. Thank you, babe. Thank you, Cooper. You're really wise. I can learn a lot from you. You're still a learner, like Mom says. Cynthia starts laughing. Cooper's face brightens, and it relieves me to see it. Yeah, I have a lot to learn. I just don't know how I can prove that. Well, you have to do the work. Ammani was really mad yesterday. You can apologize, but she doesn't have to forgive you. He opens the lid to his pudding cup after pushing aside his uneaten food. I know. I don't know what I'll do if she can't, though. I need her. I know, he says, dipping his spoon inside the cup. That's why you have to be there for her, no matter what. 'Cause you love her. You have to be there for the people you love. You didn't do that. I know. I need to make up for it. Even if she can't forgive me, I need to try to make up for it. I watch him dig his little hand around the cup, taking in the weight of his words. If my mom and sister shut down like I did to Ammani when my father died, I would never have gotten through it. I've still got some growing up to do if I want to keep a woman like her in my life. The thing is, I do want that. I'm sure of it. Cynthia stands with her hands on her hips. Cooper, you have to eat more than that, she says, gesturing towards his discarded meal. Mom, he moans, throwing his head back. I can't. This food sucks. She looks defeated, and I finally see a way I can be useful. Juicy Lucy, anyone? Yes, Cooper and Wesley shout in unison to their parents' laughter.
Chapter 20. Ammani. I don't know how I'm going to get through this day. I am dragging. All I want to do is go home, put on my comfy clothes, and go to bed. But of course, that isn't going to happen. I can't stop thinking about the way I walked out on Cal the other night. He's just such a jerk. I really never want to see him again, and I hope he doesn't try. The question is just whether I look for a job as far away from Wisconsin as possible. I have a pen in hand during my meeting. I miss him. I find myself writing. Then I scratch it out violently. Damn it. I hate admitting that, but I kind of want to punch his face too. I'd rather he just didn't show up at all. Maybe he'll just quit the fundraiser altogether to avoid me. I wish we didn't need him. I look up from my computer to check the time, and it's 1:45. The committee meeting is at 3, and I'm still working on the presentation for it. I have to detail what we've accomplished thus far in Phase 1, including fundraising numbers, and what's left to complete for Phase 2. At around 2:30, people start coming to the office, and Julissa lets them in. I finish the deck with some time to connect with some of the first attendants to arrive. I slowly push myself up from my desk, trying to give myself momentum and the strength to face this meeting. How do I tell them the driving force behind the event has stalled out completely? Hi, Mr. Jeffries. It's so good to see you. It's been too long. Will Jeffries is the CEO of the biggest local department store in the area, which was founded by his family at the beginning of the century. Ammani, I've been following the latest, and I'm so impressed. You're doing a great job. The stories about Cooper Thompson are just incredible. I hope he's doing well. Yeah, he is. It was touch and go for a little while, but his recovery is going well. And how's Cal? Super busy, but we're grateful for his involvement. I'm impressed with how convincingly I gave that answer, without revealing anything being wrong. Let's hope I can keep it together that well during this meeting. When Ginger Phillips and Howard Jameson come in, I show them the blown-up photos of Cal and Cooper, along with some of the other more recent dreamers. This is Victoria Griffin, who wanted to publish a children's book about living with cystic fibrosis. There's a picture of her with a book that has an illustration on the cover of a blonde girl in the same overalls that she's wearing. That's amazing. Do you recognize the illustrations? Is that Linda Berry? The one and only, yeah. She worked with her on it. And of course, there's a photo on the wall of Cal, Cooper, and me. I don't think I can look at it every day. I've been trying to think of a place to put it where it's prominent, but I'll never have to see it. I could put it in the copy room and just use the printer in my office. Problem solved. Such a beautiful photo, Ginger says. You'd make a beautiful couple. I inhale sharply. Thank you. One moment. Let me just go check on the room. I want to make sure the catering is all set up. I take a deep breath and keep walking down the hall. Sylvia, the receptionist, has set up a spread of salads and sandwiches. It looks beautiful, Sylvia. Thank you. A few other meeting participants have come into the conference room, and Ginger and Howard make their way down soon after. I look down at my agenda, reading over what we're reviewing today and trying to gain some composure. Cynthia, I'm so glad you could make it. We give each other a huge hug. Me too, dear. You're looking well. How's Cooper? Doing great. She lowers her voice. Cal came today. I'm about to ask a follow-up question when a familiar 6'5" frame opens the big glass doors. My stomach drops to my knees. Then butterflies bounce around it. Why does this man do this to me? It's beyond frustrating. I cough a couple of times to clear my throat. I give him a nod of my chin. Hi, Cal. Hi, Ammani. It's great to see you. His smile is almost cartoonish. I just stare at him and only look away when I feel like I can actually burn a hole with my eyes. I hear someone clear their throat behind me and I spin. It's Julissa giving the nod to get started. There are about a dozen attendees with us and another 5 on the phone. It's a mix between board members, donors, staff, and families. Should we get started since everyone is here? Julissa asks. Yes, of course, I respond and clap my hands together. Thank you everyone for coming to this planning meeting for the fundraiser. It's beyond appreciated. We're glad to be here. Cal jumps in. It takes all of my restraint not to roll my eyes and tell him to shut up. He normally doesn't even attend these meetings, and now he's trying to spearhead this one. We're happy to have you here too, I say, trying to force a smile more than I want to. Anyway, we need to set up some volunteer stations for the fundraiser coming up. Someone needs to be at the door collecting the tickets. I can sit at the table, Cal says, cutting me off. I glare at him. Maybe it'll excite the kids to have a hockey player sitting right at the entrance. What do you think? Everyone around the table is nodding their heads, looking around. Sure, Cal. Whatever you want. I try to keep it neutral, but he's trying my patience. Okay, so we've established Cal will man the tables. We have a lot of work left to accomplish. Getting items for the silent auction, awards, anyone we want to honor. I can help get items for the silent auction too, Cal says. How can Cal act like things are so normal when my insides are mush? Why does he keep volunteering for things? Why can't he just act like a normal person? Going overboard is just as maddening if it's a choice between Brickwall Saunders and Can Do Cal. Being extra doesn't make up for not being enough all the rest of the time. That's it. I can't do this anymore. Pardon me for one moment. I'll be right back, everyone. I lean over to Julissa to speak to her more privately. You have the deck. Could you take over the meeting now from the slide where we left off? Will you be back? She asks calmly. I really should consider making her my deputy. I'm not feeling well, I whisper, looking right in Cal's direction. Hopefully I will, but I need a minute. Take all the time you need, she says to me quietly, then begins to address the room. Great. We'll pick up there. Silent auction. Anyone want to head up that subcommittee? I open the conference door and make my way down the hallway. Then I take a sharp right into the back hallway, where I know most people won't go. I take a deep breath and close my eyes, rubbing my temples. How dare he do this, and without any shame about it at all? He ghosts me. Then he shows up at my work and takes over a meeting he never comes to anyway. He's just confirming my doubts about him. I feel a warm tear slide down my cheek, and I flick it away. Not here. Then I hear the conference door open and lift my head up just enough to see. I'm low enough so that no one will find me here unless they know where to look. And unfortunately, the 6'5" hockey player knows where to look. God damn it, Cal. He rounds the corner, his eyes stained with worry. I turn my back and speed walk down the hallway to the women's restroom, practically running. The man can't follow me in there. I look back, half yelling, half whispering. Cal, just stop. I don't need this. I feel a strong hand on my arm. I smack at it, but it stays there. Please, Ammani, can you listen to what I have to say? I'm having a hard time turning to face him, but he still has his hand wrapped around my forearm, so I'm unable to keep walking. Do I have a choice? His face falls at my pitiless look. I don't feel bad for him a whit. Pure rage flows from my eyes. Then, without any time to react, Cal's lips are on mine. I push him away. Cal, you stupid! He grabs me again and I melt into the kiss, succumbing to my desire for him, which apparently is just a hair stronger than my loathing. His lips are so soft, my stomach is doing flip-flops while I feel the need for him starting a burn in my lower belly. I put my hand on his chest from the muscle memory, loving and hating the feel of his touch. His lips feel secure and safe, and then they feel like a betrayal. I jerk back and push him away with both hands in a shove. Cal, how dare you? Not here. Not now. I didn't think I could be angrier, but I was wrong. You need to leave. Now. His eyes only show confusion, and he takes a few steps back from me. I want to yell, but I don't want to risk anyone hearing, so my words come out as a hiss. You think that's all it takes for me to forgive you? Damn you. I meant what I said. We're done. Do what you want with the fundraiser, but I'm not your plaything. I make my way back to the meeting quickly, not looking back and not giving him the satisfaction of crying. I take 3 quick deep breaths and open the conference door. Everyone turns to look at me when I enter, and I try to give a genuine smile as if everything is right in the world. Julissa is now walking through the day of the fundraiser, and I can barely focus on my own breath, much less what she's going over. Cal just needs to show up to that event, smile for the cameras, and get the hell out of my life. That's all I need. The door clicks again, and Cal is walking back into the meeting, his poker face just as good as mine. I give a head signal to Julissa, letting her know that she can continue with the meeting. If it ends now, it will just draw more attention to me and Cal. We have several different roles for people to fill, and we'll need to figure out the MC, whether it's someone from the foundation or someone else. I half expect Cal to raise his hand again, but fortunately, he seems to have a better idea of his place now. We go over potential dates. Will Jeffries is going to work with Melissa, our fundraiser, to secure sponsors at different levels. Ginger Phillips is going to lead the silent auction, working with Julissa and Paul. She wraps up by going over the things we still have to finalize before setting the date and sending invitations. Thank you all for coming today. We couldn't do this work without you, I say. I'm so grateful for all of your support, and let's give a hand to Julissa, Melissa, Sylvia, and all of the staff, board, and volunteers for Dreams Come True. I'm always amazed at how much we can do together. Thank you for making it a joy to come to work every day. They all stand up and clap, and they offer to help us with cleanup. But I just want them all gone, so I politely decline. Clusters of people have little conversations as they move toward the office exit slowly. But Cal isn't among them. He's still seated. "Can I help clean up?" Cal asks in a conciliatory tone. "I don't think you're capable of cleaning up a mess as big as the one you've made. Any mess that exists, I don't trust that you won't make it bigger. So, no. Can we please talk?" he asks me with hopeful but wounded eyes. Fine. Talk. I cross my arms and give a death stare. I can't give any guarantees for how long I'll be willing to listen, though.
Chapter 21, Cal. I'm sorry. Oh, okay, thanks. But it's not okay, and I don't forgive you. Anything else? I've never seen her look so angry. I take it for granted that she's been the one to keep trying to contact me. But for the first time, it really sinks in that this could be it, for real. She might shut me out the same way I did her. I know. And you shouldn't forgive me. Not yet, anyway. I want you to, eventually, but I understand why you can't. I know you might never be able to forgive me. But maybe I can get the chance to show you how sorry I am and how much I want to make up for it. Once I start talking, it pours out. It's too late, Cal. But I'm glad that you realized it eventually. It'll be a lesson learned for the next person you date. Not me. I want to fix things. I don't want to date someone else. I want to date you. Sorry, but I don't. I already gave you a second chance, and you spread dog trash all over it. I'm done, Cal. Ammani. No! Cal, we're finished. You made sure of that. Ammani, I'm sorry. This can't be happening. Cal, when you ghosted me and just left, and didn't return any calls or texts, when you let me down and Cooper's family down, it gave me a lot of time to think. You weren't even there to bounce ideas off of. We're finished. Just stop trying. Her voice is so confident and sure. I believe her, although I wish I didn't. You kissed me back, though, and pushed you away almost as quickly. How dare you manipulate me like this? Right now, I just don't want to be with you. But the rate you're going to make me hate you. Quit while you're ahead. Ammani, there must be... Look, we can keep working on the fundraiser together. I know how much it means to you, and it will reflect badly on me if there's any drama with the foundation. But that's it. If you flake, miss one meeting, or dodge one email, you'll be permanently banned from anything to do with the foundation. I'm done hurting for you, and I'm done covering for you. I understand. I'll be cordial as we plan the event, but don't try anything. I mean it. Look, I need to leave for the evening. We have to lock up, which means you need to get out of here now. And don't even try to finagle your way into talking to me more. I'm not in the mood, and I need you to respect my wishes to the letter right now. Of course. She calls the elevator up, unlocks it to push the first floor, and then locks it again. I let the doors close, and she disappears behind them. At least I'm still able to work on the fundraiser. That means I still have a chance to win her over, no matter how slim. What scares me is that every time this happens, I feel the exact same certainty I do now that I'll change. But I need to make sure of it. I can't just do it on my own. I text my sister while I leave the building, looking up to the 5th floor and seeing the light on. Hey, Charlotte. I know you talk about therapy a lot. Any chance you can help me? Like, not be an idiot about getting it? I immediately see the dots in the reply box, and I have the first genuine smile since arriving at the downtown office building of the foundation. I can't help with the idiot part, but therapy, I can do. Let's get brunch this weekend and we'll talk. Super proud of you, little bro. I'm tempted to text Ammani next, but I think she's had enough of me this evening. I do open a note in my phone of what I would tell her if I did text. And the next day, when I'm not practicing or seeing Cooper, I throw myself into planning. I need to win her back without overstepping my boundaries, which is tough. In the email threads and project management messages about the fundraiser, I'm diligent with my responses, and I'm pitching the event to my hockey buddies like a Girl Scout selling cookies. I take every opportunity I can to message Ammani where it's relevant to planning, but I stop myself when my compulsive fingers want to add something to the message about getting dinner or seeing a movie. No, I want her to feel genuinely heard. As much as it kills me not to be able to court her on my own terms, I have to step back and stop overpowering her if I want to court her at all. My rule of thumb is that anything I try to do to win her over can't be more for my own benefit than for hers. I only want to win her back if I can genuinely convince her that I'm the man she should be with. Anything short of that is manipulation. I can do it, but it's the first time in my life doing anything like this, relying on anything but charm. My instinct would be to spend hundreds of dollars per day on flowers. Hell, I can afford it. My contract with the Blizzard Kings is $40 million over 6 years, not including sponsorships and bonuses. But what would that look like to her? Being bombarded with my will, not her wishes. I send her little handwritten notes with small gifts that remind me of her. Instead of bouquet after bouquet, I send her something more personal, like a small painting of irises done by a local vendor at the farmer's market that I remember she had said she liked. They had novelty socks with s'mores on them at Target that I had to send her. I packed them in a box and wrote a little note on a cute greeting card I bought. Reminded me of that night at Red Arrow Park when they were making s'mores in the fire pit. Wanted you to stay warm and toasty. I don't hear anything back, but I don't need to. I just want her to feel appreciated, and for her to feel like she has space. That would be the height of hypocrisy if I didn't give her that. I write long lists of everything I love about her, but I sit on them. It's not to convince her of it, but to tell myself the reasons why I need to win her over in a long, slow effort, not a fast burst that will fizzle out, like the first 2 times. I send her photos I have from the team's photographer of her and Cooper together. When I spend time with Cooper and his family, Cooper and I send her flowers, but with sole credit going to Cooper. That's my one loophole. She deserves beauty in her life the way she brings it into the lives of others. I don't need credit. He's been in the hospital for a little more than a month, and he's doing well after his transplant, although it's ironic. They give chemo after the transplant to keep the immune system from rejecting the new cells, so he seems weaker even as he's getting stronger. The marrow has to actually grow in my body like a snake inside my bones. Crazy, right? Cooper says. Yeah, and I'm crazy lucky that you're getting healthier every day, buddy. When the snake is full grown, I can go back home, just as long as everything looks good. I've taken over paying for his treatments, and I help subsidize the family's income, which is a better gift for Ammani than anything I could give to her directly. On Cooper's bed, he and I discuss hockey at length. Favorite players of all time, the best plays and the nastiest fights. We watch old games on the computer. We play board games, watch movies, everything. I'm just happy to be spending time with him. I also get to hear a little more about Ammani when I see him. I don't know what he tells her about me, but just hearing about her is enough. And I actually start therapy. Charlotte sits in the waiting room for my first appointment with Dr. Fisher. I barely say anything of substance in the first 3 sessions, but just going is a start. You're crazy, I tell Cooper one afternoon while I'm visiting. You like the 87 roster over 91? Yeah, Cooper says with a smile. And it's the right choice. You have Devons, Mariano, Shallow, Hatch, and... Okay, 91 has all of them too, plus Cole. Yeah, but they're all old in 91, Cooper laughs. Watch it, buddy. I laugh. They weren't much older than... I pause as I see movement in the corner of my eye. Miss Ammani. Cooper runs over to her and gives her a hug. I give a small smile and lift my palm. Hello. There's no warmth emanating from her, but the hatred in her eyes from last time isn't there anymore either. Hey, Ammani. I start to rise, speaking immediately in case she gets the wrong idea. I'm just heading out. She nods and gives a wave. I'll see you, Cal. No, Cal, stay, Cooper orders. Both of you. Ammani and I look at each other in silence. Cal, if you put him up to this, I swear... He didn't, Ammani. I swear, You're both my friends. I don't want you to fight. We both nod, and she looks apologetic, probably not for besmirching me, but for suggesting that Cooper could be so easily manipulated. How is the event going? Cooper asks. Good, Ammani responds before I can say anything. We're just finishing up some final stuff, and then it'll all be good to go. That's great. Yeah, I chime in. I think it'll be really successful. We have a lot of surprises planned. Hopefully I'll get to go. A smile crosses Cooper's tired face, with bags under his eyes. You just focus on getting healthy, I say. I am. The doctors have never seen someone so focused, they say. I'm getting better. I feel a lot better. Well, that's good. We wouldn't want Cal to disappear again so close to the event. Ammani doesn't even look at me as she says it. There is a cruel coldness to her voice that still always stuns me, even though I know I earned it all myself. Crap. I'm going to be late. I have to go. I stand up from my seat and hurry out the door, looking at my watch for my imaginary meeting coming up. Bye, Cooper. See you next time. I make it to the elevator when I hear her voice. Cal! Cal, wait! Yes? I press the elevator button rapidly, wishing it was here already. Do you need something, Ammani? I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. It was a cheap shot. I can see you're putting in a lot of effort, and it means a lot. I know you're trying. I care about you. I swear I do. I stop pressing the elevator button. Her words warm me inside. It's so nice to hear her say something apart from a one-word email for the first time in weeks. I don't want to carry on like we have been, she continues. I want things to be better, nicer between us. Ammani, I want to make this work between us. Oh, Cal, I'm sorry. I think you misunderstood. I want us to be cordial, maybe even friends eventually. I don't want to be mean just for the sake of it, which is what I did back there. But making this work isn't what I want. I meant what I said before. It's not the outcome I want, that's for sure. But after everything I put her through, even that's probably more than I deserve. Oh, okay. Thank you for being honest. I know that can be harder than not saying anything. She laughs, which is what I wanted. But I'm gripped by a nagging fear. Can we actually do that? Be cordial? Be friends? As great and easy as it sounds, it'll be tough. There is a lot of history between us. Simply being friends might be a taller order than it first seems. Cordial? For sure, she says. Friends? I hope so. But I don't know. We just have to wait and see. She doesn't hate me anymore, so that's something. Maybe everything. For now, it's enough. The elevator door dings open. I step in and leave with a faint smile and just the faintest sliver of hope.
Chapter 22. Ammani. What's making you laugh so hard over there? Julissa asks. I reach over and show her the latest from California. Since inviting him back into my life, he's sent a steady stream of goofy memes and texts designed to amuse me. Today's message is a classic. Julissa scrunches up her face. Is that a squirrel wearing a tutu, playing hockey? I believe so. Yes. We share a laugh, one of many over the past few hours. I don't know how I feel about Cal being back in my life, especially not knowing the extent I want him there, but at least he's entertaining. My favorite was last week's, she says, wiping the dry erase board from our most recent meeting. The hockey stick dance from Number Team Naked? Oh yeah. How did they get those foam fingers to stay on like that? Glue? We both shudder at the same thought and burst into giggles. My phone dings again. Another? She asks. Someone's eager. I work too closely with Julissa for her not to know all the latest developments. I spend more hours of the day with her than anyone else. No, he just wants to confirm tomorrow's meeting. Looking down at the screen, at a slew of messages, gifts, and inside jokes, I'm almost disappointed he's not here now. Could it be that Despite myself, he's wearing me down. He's really trying, she says, as if the words have to be said out loud. I know he's trying. I'm not blind. I just need more time. I've been fooled by him before. Believe me, Julissa, I know. Julissa breaks back into work subordinate in a way that makes me feel bad for snapping. I can't stand the way her eyes don't want to meet mine. As we make it back into my office, I try again. Look, sorry that it came out so harshly. But if I get back together with him, I want it to be on my time frame. He's had 2 chances and he's lucky if I give him a third. I guess, just between her and Cooper, I can hardly tell who's the bigger wannabe matchmaker. Just what? I like the 2 of you together. She smiles so sweetly that I have to give her a hug. I shake my head. I like us together too, I guess. I smile despite trying not to, but it fades when I think about the second part. But with him, you never know if you're suddenly going to be treated as if you're not together for weeks on end. It would be easier if he told me he hated me than just disappearing. I can feel myself getting choked up just thinking of that powerless feeling. It means he has all the control. He calls all the shots. Everything is on his terms. I understand he's been through a lot, but that doesn't entitle him to do that to someone. I never know when the floor is going to drop out next. That's not fair to expect that from someone. Yeah, he has a lot to prove to you. And I just don't know if there's anything that can win back that trust. But I appreciate your fighting for it. He's a great guy. I just don't know if he's the guy for me. I feel my throat tightening and she pats my shoulder. You'll figure it out. You always do. Julissa says nothing. I figure she's right. Deep down, I appreciate the way she fights for this thing between Cal and me. I don't have the energy to fight for it myself. Well, anyways, I try to break the awkwardness by setting us back to work. I've got to get to the hospital and give Cooper the good news. You stay ready when I call back with his order, okay? Yes, ma'am, she says in a sly devil-may-care kind of way. She knows it's 4 o'clock, and seeing Cooper now means seeing someone else too. Tell Cal I said hey. She weasels the words on her way out the door. As it closes, I catch a small smile reaching up my cheeks. Ammani, don't get fooled again. I said these words to myself when he popped back into my life, and all I did was ignore them. I won't be a fool for a 3rd time around. Looking down at my desk, I spot the neatly framed photo of him and Cooper he sent me in the last few weeks, part of his campaign to start winning me back. His smile looks sincere, with his arm around him. I want to believe it. I want to deny it too. Cooper is happy to see me as always, though he's not his usual energetic self. Ammani, he says weakly. It's quiet in his room today. The steady beeping of monitors nearby tells me I've happened upon him in the middle of treatment. Hey, buddy, how's it going today? It sucks. He's weaker and slower, but just as much himself as ever. I wish I could kick cancer in the butt. A smile grazes my lips as I touch his hand. With his sallow face from the post-op chemo, it's hard not to look at him and worry, but I know this is part of him getting better. Me too. I'd give it 3 kicks, just for you. Send it back where it came from. He nods in agreement. Stepping back, I walk to his mother's sitting area, where she's crocheting. I know she and George take the space in shifts, like tending the hearth. So great to see you today, Ammani. She takes me in with a loving smile and reaches up to give me a hug, still holding her crocheting. Is it a bad time? I worry, hoping not to intrude. Oh no, seeing you and Cal just makes his day. He talks and talks about you. Her words touch me. Where is Cal? I ask. I can hardly believe I'm actually looking around for him, like something's off without him here. He just went to grab a soda for himself and Cooper. He'll be happy to see you here. We don't have to wait long as Cal shows up a minute later, carrying not 2, but 3 grape sodas. Think fast. I catch it before he's even finished saying the words. Coop, I say, taking my seat next to him. Cooper tries to sit up, but his face takes a turn as he struggles to do it on his own. Hang on, buddy. I got you. Cal jumps up to help him get comfortable. I can't help but let my guard falter, even just a little at seeing his compassion. When Cooper settles up with his soda and a strained smile, I know it's a good time to tell him. Cooper, I have some great news for you today. It looks like we were able to get Juicy Lucy's to do some of the catering for our benefit. They're going to set up a special table full of burgers, just for you, and they're going to make a big donation in your honor. Really? That's amazing. I know. That's just how incredible you are. I just need to know what you like, so they have the man of the hour's favorites on hand. He grabs his chin, thinking it over. I want a double bacon cheeseburger smothered in ketchup with fries. Please? You got it, buddy. Can I have it now? He begs, looking at Cal. I smile at the pair of them. Something inside tells me he'll get it soon enough. Cal and I have dinner in Cooper's room, devouring bags of burgers and fries until the upper limit of the end of visiting hours. I must have been on a junk food high, as somehow he talked me into coming back to his place for a drink afterward. Come on, my friend, he says, holding the door for me on our way inside his high-rise. He plays with the word friend in a way that verges somewhere between adorable and annoying. Pal, chum, comrade. He has lots of names for me now. So, he says charmingly as we make it inside, what would my cohort care to drink? I can't help but let a half smile crawl across my face every time he does it. I don't want it to be true, but every time he calls me his ally or colleague, I know it means something more. I've just started admitting to myself that I don't actually mind. The past few weeks have been full of almost dates under the guise of friendship, ones that I know I can pull back into more actual friends territory at any time. But I've been cautiously laissez-faire. Looking at him now as he carefully pours me a gin and tonic, I feel that familiar tug where Cal is concerned. I do and don't want to fight it, and it's getting harder to keep up my defenses each day. Silence overtakes us both for a moment. Part of me wishes awkward moments with him felt weird like they do with other people, but they don't. It's what's so infuriating about Cal Saunders. The way he permeates every instance with a comfort only he can provide. Done already? He asks, noticing I've drained my glass. Whether it's from nerves or fear that I'm falling for him again, I can't be sure. He takes the glass and quickly serves me up another. Don't worry, he says as he hands me the glass. I'll call you a car when you go home. Thanks, Cal. I toast him, my resolve dwindling by the second. Anything for my compatriot? He teases, swinging back his drink and looking at me in the way he does, like a dare. Even I want to know. Will she or won't she? Maybe it's the drink, or maybe it's the drain on my determination. But before I can stop myself, I find myself in his arms. Looking up at his face, I want him to kiss me, but we both pause. Either we're too afraid to mess this up, or we both know that if we do this again, it has to be for real. Are you sure? He asks, ready to plant his lips on mine, just waiting for me to say the word. I can't promise anything, I tell him honestly, my eyes darting back and forth to his. He knows I just can't fight it anymore, and I'm sick of the effort. Uncertainty taints my mind for a moment as his lips find mine, but no matter what my brain wants to say, my heart sees something in Cal Saunders. It always did.
Chapter 23. Cal. I lean down and kiss her neck. Every sound, every moan she makes drives me wild. I can't get enough of her. I grab her hair and pull her closer so that I can kiss her deeper dot. Our tongues dance together as her hips grind against me. Well, things are heating up again. You know what to do. Go to vixavonromance.com to get the dirty details that this platform won't put on the air. I know it sucks, but at least you can get a 40% discount with code VIXA40 to make up for it. Use it while it lasts and apply it to every digital product in your cart. Back to the story.
Chapter 24, Ammani. You made it, Cooper calls out as I enter the hospital room. We were worried you wouldn't be able to come. Cooper's mom approaches me with arms open for a hug, and I accept as we all smile at each other. Nothing could keep me from being here. But a lot of things have certainly tried. Back at the office, there are multiple fires that need to be put out before the fundraiser. For now, I'm trusting Julissa to hold down the fort while I'm here. This is much more important. So, how are we all feeling? I ask. I look around at Cooper and his family's faces and see the best sight: hope. I feel good, Cooper exclaims. The doctors are pretty optimistic, his father says with a smile. Today is the big day, Cooper's last appointment before the fundraiser, when he finds out if his recovery and his immune system are robust enough for him to leave the hospital and continue treatment on an outpatient basis. It determines if he's well enough to attend the event. It determines if he can start getting back to being just a regular kid. If not, it means a few more weeks here. I want Cooper to get a clean bill of health today for a lot of reasons, including one that feels selfish. I really want him at the fundraiser, but not so we can raise more funds. It's so that he can be honored the way he deserves. He deserves to be there with everyone else. I can't believe the fundraiser is so close. In some ways, it feels like just yesterday when we started working on it 2 months ago. And in others, it feels like 1,000,000 years ago. The same distortion of time is true for my slow, fragile reconciliation with Cal. Normally, I hate the idea of not having labels, since it's often just an excuse to have casual sex. But with us, it's for self-preservation. I'm not worrying about what we are or aren't, as long as Cal is treating me with the respect and care I deserve. No promises, just the present, and truthfully, it's perfect. Is Cal not with you? Cooper asks. I look around the room, realizing just now he isn't here. I thought he was going to meet me. I was even running late. I assumed he'd beat me here. Is he? My voice trails off as I look at his parents, and they shake their heads. I'm getting flashbacks to everything I've already had to deal with when it comes to Cal. This can't be happening again. I refuse to believe that he'd slip back into acting like this. He wouldn't. But the doubt creeps in. Maybe it all became too much for him to handle. These test results might have scared him again, just like the coma did. I don't know how I'll handle it if he does it again. He's on his way, Cooper. Don't worry. I say it just as much for myself as I do for Cooper. I need to believe that he's simply on his way. But where the hell is he? I check my phone. No texts or missed calls. That doesn't feel like a good sign. I quickly shoot him a text. Where are you? But I don't get a response. Recently, he's been a lot better about responding quickly, so this is concerning. He's stuck in traffic, or needed to stop for gas, or parking. There are perfectly reasonable explanations, and I will try to believe them all until I see him. Sorry, I'm late. Cal charges into the hospital room. He kisses me on the cheek, then heads straight over to Cooper. Cal, you made it. A huge smile beams on Cooper's face, and a wave of relief washes over mine. Sorry, I meant to send a text. I got carried away, Cal says, as if he could sense all my concerns. Well, I'm just glad you're here now, I say. I notice he's hiding something behind his back. I just had to pick something up on my way here. What? What is it? Cooper tries to look behind Cal to see what he's holding. Before I show you, just remind me, Cooper. Who is your favorite player? You? You bet I am. Cal pulls out from behind his back a Blizzard Kings jersey with Cal's number. At first, it seems like an odd gift. Cooper already has tons of jerseys for the team, but Cooper sees something I don't and yells with joy. Is it? Yep. Signed by the whole team. Cooper holds it out in awe, then puts it over the jersey he has on. Cal really keeps finding new ways to show me how much he's changed, how he's not the same man who hurt me all those times before, and I love him for it. Thank you, Cal, Cooper yells. I love it. Cal walks over to me and wraps an arm around me as Cooper shows off the jersey to his parents, spinning around to show all sides of his shirt. Cal and I share a quick kiss. I can't believe I'm so lucky to get to be with him. Have we heard anything yet? Cal asks. Yeah, and we're just keeping it secret from you, I tell Cal, laughing. Not yet, Cynthia says. But soon. The whole Thompson crew nods. Now there is nothing to do but wait. Who knows how long it'll be before the doctors return with news, good or bad. Every second is agonizing, but I'm glad we all have each other. I start to feel tears rolling down my face. It's becoming too much for me to handle. I bury my face in Cal's chest, and he holds me tight. I'm so happy he's here. Maybe an hour or so after Cal arrives, a doctor walks into the room. We all freeze and look at him. He looks down at a chart in his hands. Hey, Cooper, pal. His oncologist, Dr. Marsden, gives him a high five. I'm reading his demeanor like tea leaves, hoping the lightness means good news. Hey, doctor. M, Cooper says, returning the slap with admirable force. And Cynthia, George, Wesley, Cal, and Ammani, good to see you all. Oh, we can wait outside in the hall if it's family, I say. No, Cooper says. Your family. As long as your parents are okay with it. Fine by me, George says. Of course. And I dare anyone to try to fight Cooper on this one anyway. Cynthia says. All right then. No point in drawing it out. The numbers are looking encouraging. The transplant is going really well. So can I go home? Cooper asks with anticipation. Yes. We can start the discharge process today. You're not out of the woods yet, but things are going as well as possible. We're pleased with what we're seeing. All of us are crying and laughing, even Wesley, even George, even Cal. Everyone but Cooper, whose arms are in the air like he's holding up the Stanley Cup. Cal squeezes me tight as I look up at him. So much relief and joy wash over my body. He kisses me, and I couldn't feel more happiness. A social worker enters the room to join the discussion with Cooper's parents and Dr. Marsden for a discharge plan. So, I start. What's the first thing you want to do when you leave here? Cooper thinks for a moment. I want a huge cheeseburger, like, bigger than my face. Oh, that sounds good, Cal says. Now I want that too. Actually, I think I want 3. We all laugh. Cooper then continues to go on and on about all the things he wants to do once he leaves. He mentions the usual suspects like the aquarium and the hockey rink, but a few things on the list surprise me. And I want to visit everyone at Dreams Come True and thank them for being so generous. It's inspiring to see that even after all of this, he hasn't lost any of his passion. He's still the excitable little boy everyone loves. After a while, Doctor, Marsden and the social worker leave, and it's just us and the Thompsons again. I think we should get going, I say to Cal, then turn to the rest of the Thompsons. You must have a ton of stuff to do to prepare. We all start hugging, preparing to say goodbye, hopefully for the last time in this hospital. Cooper, the next time I see you, you'll be outside this place, fingers crossed, and I can't wait. Thank you for the jersey, Cal. He looks down, then up. And thank you for being here. Thank you for being here, Cooper, Cal says, and they hug for a long time. We give our goodbyes to the full Thompson family and make our way out of the hospital hand in hand. In the parking lot, we get to the point where we have to split apart to get to our separate cars, but I don't want to let go. I just want to hold on to you forever, Cal says. Me too. Well, then there is just one question you need to answer. Oh, I ask. Your place or mine?
Chapter 25. Cal, the only thing better than getting the news that Cooper is on the path to recovery is sharing it with Ammani. She's just as happy as I am. We're both laughing so hard as we stumble into my house that we trip and fall over each other. We kiss on the stoop in front of my high-rise, and I don't care. I laugh, look at her, kiss her, and laugh again. Then we kiss like teenagers from the lobby to the elevator to the front door of my high-rise. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vixavon audiobook is available at Vixavonromance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product.
Chapter 26. Ammani. Cooper's eyes are as large as saucers, and his body vibrates in excitement as we make our way through the arena gates. This kid has to be the biggest Blizzard Kings fan in the state. Cooper, do you want a hot dog? I ask as we're walking down the concourse. Do I want a hot dog? Of course I want a hot dog. Can we also get cheese curds? He asks excitedly. We make our way to one of the counters. Cooper gives the cashier a large, warm smile. 2 hot dogs, please, and curds and pop. She's paying, he says and points at me. I just laugh. The cashier goes to gather our items, and he returns with our snacks, smiling. Thank you, I say with a smile, taking the food. Should we go find our seats, Cooper? Yeah, where are we sitting? Hopefully close enough to see Cal shoot a goal. Cooper responds, bouncing on his feet so much that his pop sloshes over the side of his cup. What if I told you we got tickets right on the glass? I told him with a sly smile. Cooper just looks at me and blinks a couple of times. What? He's practically bursting. Yep, follow me, I say, trying to act as casually as possible. But I'm excited too. We walk down to the middle of the concourse and start making our way to the bottom of the stairs. When we get there, 2 seats are marked with our names on them. These? Cooper gasps. Yep. Or should we go sit somewhere else? I say, trying not to laugh. Maybe there's another Cooper Thompson and Ammani Bellamy. No way, these are perfect, he responds giddily. We sit down right in time. The players are starting to make their way to their spots. Cooper sees Cal before I do. There he is. Cooper points to the ice, where I can see Cal skating full speed, getting his last bit of warm-up in before the national anthem starts. Then suddenly, he does a fast hockey stop on his skates. I've always found that kind of athleticism incredibly hot, and now the man I'm with is a master of it. It's like he can feel the 2 of us staring at him over here when I make eye contact. That, or he knew where our seats were. He gives us a big wave and mouths hello, and Cooper is jumping up in his seat, tugging my arm. That was for us. After the anthem ends, the game starts off at a breakneck pace immediately, the kind where you can tell it's going to be good. Cooper can't keep his butt in his seat and just keeps standing up and pounding the boards when the players skate by. I spot Cal with the puck, making his way down the right side of the ice, but a player from the other team, known for having a liberal stance on dirty plays, is hot on his trail. I'm a little nervous when he's starting to close the distance with Cal. The player trips Cal with his stick, to a crowd full of boos. He'd rather get a penalty than leave Cal with open ice against the goalie. Cal goes flying, and a teammate picks up the puck. The refs blow the whistle and give the other player a 2-minute penalty. He makes a big fuss, but the increasing volume of the boos shows that no one's buying it, including the ref. He sits and sulks. Barely halfway through the first period, we're already on a power play. There's no doubt in my mind that Cal is going to score. He almost always does during power plays. Cal quickly gets the puck on the right side of the ice. One of the defenders comes up and tries to pick it off him. So, he passes it to his forward. The forward shoots at the goal, and it's blocked quickly by the goalie. Luckily, the left wing picks up the rebound and skates behind the net. "Come on, Cal," Cooper yells beside me. "You can do it, Cal." I jump in with him. The left wing makes his way to the side of the net, and he sees Cal wide open. He passes it, and Cal picks it up, striking a hard slap shot toward the net. The goalie has his eyes on the left wing, so he doesn't see the pass to Cal. Cooper and I are silent as the puck flies toward the net, and the goalie notices too late. Goal! The arena erupts with cheers and air horns, along with driving bass music. Cooper and I are on our feet, pounding the glass. Cal comes skating over to celebrate and gives both of us fist bumps through the glass. Cal skates back to the center of the ice, and play continues. There are only about 5 minutes left in the first of the 3 periods. Cooper and I need to go get on our skates for the first intermission. Fortunately, we're right near the ice, and our skates are at our feet. "Cooper, let's lace up. I should have had us do it a few minutes ago, but I was too excited." He looks at the ice, then at me. I can tell he doesn't want to leave the game. "Don't worry. We have the little rubber bumpers, so we can just run down there." We race to see who can lace them up the fastest, and when I see I'm about to beat him, I leave my skate unlaced. "You win," I tell him, then grab his arm. We have about 5 seconds to get down there before the buzzer sounds for the first intermission. "You two ready?" Cal yells as he's skating towards us. He reaches for my hand. Cooper suppresses a giggle. "We were born ready," I tell him with a smirk. "Nice goal out there. Had to kick them when they're down, huh?" Cal just laughs in response. "Yeah, I think they know a thing or two about kicking." The 3 of us skate out together to the center of the ice. Cal hands the mic to Cooper. Hi, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Cooper, and I'm good friends with Cal." The arena fills up with applause and awes. I look out at the special place for his family, and they're beaming with pride. There's a benefit with the Dreams Come True Foundation, which made my dream come true to play with the Blizzard Kings. The whole crowd goes wild. Cooper keeps trying to talk, but Cal, who's an old pro at media, lets him know to wait until the cheering dies down. "So, I hope you'll support it," Cooper says, once the shouting subsides a little. "Cal's going to tell you a little bit more, but first, we're going to show you some sweet moves." Cal hands Cooper a stick, and I hold the microphone while they delight the audience. First, Cal just starts bouncing the puck off his stick almost like a hacky sack. He tosses it to Cooper, who does the same. I'm impressed with his skill to begin with, but given the fact that he hasn't had much of a chance to work out lately, it's even more impressive. Then Cal starts skating backward, encouraging Cooper to get the puck past him. A competitive flare sparks in Cooper's eyes, and he starts skating faster. The net is wide open without any keepers tending it. Cooper fakes to the left and tries to skate around Cal, but Cal blocks him. Then Cooper tries the same move in reverse. Cooper gets past Cal and makes a quick goal. The fans in the stands start clapping. Cal claps Cooper on the back in congratulations. Then they both start skating to the center of the ice, where I'm waiting. Ladies and gentlemen, I do have one more announcement to make before we talk more about the Dreams Come True Foundation benefit, Cal says. What announcement? I mouth at Cal, trying not to make a scene. He just smiles back at me and winks. The Blizzard Kinds are going to be partnering with Milwaukee Children's Hospital to mentor children with serious illnesses. I'm going to be chair, but the entire team is on board. It's only fitting that Milwaukee Children's is where I met this amazing woman here. Cal holds his hand out to steady me, which I'm grateful for. Otherwise, I would fall flat on the ice in shock. This, ladies and gentlemen, is Ammani Bellamy, head of the Wisconsin Dreams Come True Foundation, which gives children with grave illnesses a chance to have their dreams come true, along with other different programs and services. If it wasn't for Ammani, this benefit wouldn't be happening. If it weren't for her, he looks at me and swallows. A lot of things wouldn't be happening. I pull him towards me and he smiles. Then I lean up and give him a deep kiss. He dips me with a flourish, and the arena goes insane. Cal pulls back, but I'm not done kissing him. So I pull him back for one quick peck. Then I see that he has something in his hand, a black box. I only see it in a flash. I thought I would panic in this situation, especially with what we went through in the last month, but my heart is immediately warm and clear. Then Cal opens it, and I see it's not a ring. I'm actually a little relieved, but I realize it's mainly so I wouldn't have to plan a giant benefit and a wedding at the same time, and because I wouldn't have to answer questions in front of the press about Cal instead of about the benefit, but leave it to him to create buzz and bring more attention to the benefit this weekend. Sitting in the box is a gorgeous diamond snowflake necklace. "I thought you'd want something new to wear to the benefit," he says with a grin. He holds it up and puts it around my neck. "It's a snowflake because there's only one of you, Ammani." I can't help but laugh at myself. Was I really going to say yes? It's too soon to ask. But if he had, I would have said yes. "It's gorgeous, Cal. I love it." I kiss him again and Cooper is clapping. Cal gives me back the mic. "And the benefit is this Saturday at the Pfister Hotel, catered by Juicy Lucy's, at 6 p.m. You can find more at calsaundersbenefit.org. Thank you for your support for the Dreams Come True Foundation and for being the best fans in the world." Cal takes my hand and then one of Cooper's, and he escorts us to the boards to go back into the stands, where our shoes are waiting. Then the horn sounds, and period 2 is about to start. Cal gives me a quick peck on the lips and squeezes my hands. "Now go win for me," I say, taking my time to let go of his hands.
Chapter 27. Cal. What's the worst that could happen? I adjust my bow tie in the bathroom mirror and exhale every inch of breath within me. It's benefit night. I booked a suite at the Pfister Hotel weeks ago, as soon as we booked the venue so that I'd be the first to arrive. No flaking for this guy, I say, lifting my thumbs. I check myself out in the mirror once more and uselessly run a hand through my floppy hair before I leave my room. I laugh, thinking of what my teammate and fellow member of the business Dennis Weston said during the last planning meeting. Let's not forget to add a few buckets of gel in the budget for Saunders' hair. We can't have him showing up like a scarecrow for the fundraiser. But how else would they know it's me? I quipped back without missing a beat. Even with the hair, the suit and shoes are sharp enough to eclipse anything else. Apart from my gorgeous date, I take the elevator down and walk along the hallway to the grand ballroom. The decorators have found the perfect mix of black tie and family fun for this event. The place is set up with a designated seating area for dinner, a stage, and a dance floor, but it also has booths for games and challenges, along with a lifelike mini hockey rink, not much different from the one I gave Cooper just a few months ago. Each booth and challenge will be manned by a Blizzard King. That includes coaches, managers, and even the owner, Craig Lewison, who made a fortune in the brewing industry. I pull out my phone and text Cynthia Thompson. "How are the guests of honor doing?" "We're on our way, and everything is fantastic." A ripple of nerves runs down my spine. There's too much at stake. On top of the pressing announcement I have to make, this is my chance to prove my commitment to the idea I birthed, but abandoned. We've built this up for months. A swarm of production heads and event staff are finishing setting up the area, although the hotel began setting up 2 days ago. A young guy with huge headphones resting around his neck walks up to me with a wide grin, throwing his arm around me and trying to shake my hand at the same time. You won't believe the sacrifices I made to be here when I found out this was your event. I'm a big fan. My name's DJ Kurds, by the way. Hit me up if you have any special requests. I pat him on the back and realize that he might come in handy later. Nice to meet you, DJ Kurds. You can call me Ryan. That's just my stage name. Ah, good to know. He walks off to the DJ booth as two members of the team arrive with their families. I greet them and take my position outside the door. There's a chair set up for Cooper for when he helps me collect tickets and welcome people as they arrive, but I'm happy to stand. The chair is a precaution in case he gets tired. He insists he won't need it, but I want to do anything to make him comfortable and happy. He looks dapper in his dinner jacket. Well, Mr. Saunders, I hope I look half as good as you, he says when he sees me. Mr. Thompson, you look twice as good as me, my friend. Yeah, I hope Miss Ammani thinks so too. Oh, she will. She arrives as if on cue. A show-stopping stunner in a black sequin evening gown with a high slit. The air is literally knocked out of me, and poor Cooper seems to be struggling to find the words to say. Wow, we both say practically in unison. Ammani laughs, and it's the most beautiful sound on earth. I step away from behind the table and bow my head to kiss her hand. Wow, indeed, Miss Bellamy, you look amazing. Is there a best-dressed competition I didn't know about? You almost look as nice as my mommy, Cooper says from behind me. Ammani's face breaks into a smile. That's so sweet. Thank you very much. I'm happy to be second best to your mommy. Then she pecks my cheek and whispers a gratitude into my ear, before she says she'll see us inside and vanishes. Cooper is a natural charming the crowds with his good manners and wit. DJ Kurds already has some people on the dance floor. Lori Lett and the rest of her Channel 8 crew are already buzzing around the room, interviewing event staff and patrons. What challenges are you most excited about, Cal and Cooper? Lori points to a booth with a challenge to shoot baskets, then a faux hockey net for making slap shots against Blizzard Kings players. If you make a donation, a Blizzard Kings player will get in a slap shot blindfolded. I want to get Jason Heller out here, I say, pointing at my teammate, so we can go toe-to-toe in blindfolded slap shots. Best 2 out of 3. I wave Jason over. Mr. Heller, your teammate has a proposition for you, Lori says into the mic. I didn't think it was that type of event, Miss Lett, Jason says, and I shake my head and chuckle. You, me, 3 slap shots, blindfolded. To make it interesting, the stakes are a $5,000 donation to the foundation. And if we tie, we both donate. And how about you, Cooper? Lori says. Are you going to be doing that one? I want to eat the chili over there. There's a booth that advertises a chili eating contest at 8 p.m. with a chef in front wearing a toque. Do you think you'll win? Lori asks, putting the mic in Cooper's face, covering half of it. No, but I think it'll taste good. That'll make for some great TV, I say with a smile. And look at that Juicy Lucy table. I've never seen so many. If there were a competition for the biggest Juicy Lucy fan, you'd definitely win, kiddo. Want to go get one? Yeah. We leave Lori behind for our pilgrimage to the burgers. The sound of feedback from a microphone pierces my ears. My head jerks up together with everyone else's, eyes landing on the beautiful Ammani. Good evening, friends. A golf clap goes up in the ballroom, followed by a hush. Her dress catches the reflection of the lights like a sky full of stars. I'm so glad everyone is feeling right at home and enjoying yourselves. So I'll keep my opening remarks short. I can't tell you how grateful we at the Dreams Come True Foundation are for your overwhelming generosity and support. The sound of applause bounces around the room, and Ammani lowers her head and smiles. All around you and at every one of your tables, you'll see beautiful Blizzard Kings jerseys, all designed by the most important guests. Some are here in person, others in spirit. Please give a head to our amazing Dreams Come True Foundation dreamers. The guests rise to their feet. Ammani waves her arms, pointing out the children who are there in the audience, and whoops from the crowd join the loud clapping. All of these jerseys are up for auction tonight, and I hope you'll participate and have a bidding war. Ammani pauses for the crowd to laugh. And we'd like to thank the Blizzard Kings for their generous sponsorship of tonight's event, along with the work and donations they've contributed to the cause. The whole room claps more until I'm sure their hands hurt. Paul goes up to make a few remarks as well. Hey everyone, most of you know me. I'm Paul Westfield, the boring guy who's always talking when you want to hear from these guys here. He points to me and a few of the other players. We want Saunders, Patrick calls out as a joke. Just as long as it's not that Patrick McGill, I'm fine with it, Paul quips back. In all seriousness, this is such an important cause, and the real work happens all year. Please support Dreams Come True generously. I'm sure I'll be talking to all of you soon, and I won't be shy about asking you to get out your checkbooks. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we might have a new fundraising chair for the Dreams Come True board, Ammani jokes. On that note, let's party. The guests all go to the buffet lines and carving stations to get their food. A foreigner song comes on, and I find my date and take her out onto the dance floor. I had to get the belle of the ball to myself for this one, I tell her. One of our very first special songs, and such a romantic one. It was always an inside joke that we had such a good relationship. We had breakup songs as our couple songs. When we broke up, that made it even harder. I wanted to make sure you had at least a few minutes for pure fun, not just work. But work is fun, I'm in my element. Even though I know you say work is fun, she gives me a kiss. How do you know me so well? When you love someone, it's easy to want to pay as much attention as you can. When the song is over, she leaves to chat up two of the underwriters of the event, who are talking with her about setting up scholarships. I make my way to Coach Baxter's booth. For a $10,000 donation, he'll shave off a sliver of an eyebrow. He already has half of one of them gone after getting 3. Cal, the man of the hour, you in? I'll be able to spread your name far and wide while the eyebrows grow back in. That's too far on the wild side for me. But I'll give you the donation without the eyebrow trim. I spot Cooper and Wesley waving their hands madly and getting served glasses of milk at the hot pepper station. I can't believe they went through with it. I laugh as a few kids join them in their gesticulations as if it's an initiation into a secret society. It's time to announce the winners of the jerseys, Ammani whispers, and she takes me up to the stage. And now, it's the time you've all been waiting for, I tell the crowd, taking the mic. Up here are the designers of the jerseys you'd bid on, and I'm pleased to let you know they'll be presenting them to you. The talents on display are truly remarkable. They all teamed up with graphic designers to bring their creations to life. One of the shirts has the mascot of the Blizzard Kings, a sinister-looking Jack Frost-like monarch with a beard and robes rendered in cheese for Wisconsin. Another has caricatures of the business on it, with me and my 2 cohorts wearing Blizzard Kings crowns. In another one, the Blizzard Kings arena is rendered as an ice castle. One of my favorite ones has a kid riding a hockey puck as if it's a sled through a huge snowdrift. When the last one is distributed to a response like a rock star taking the stage, I begin for the final act. Paul Westfield, our GM, has just told me the Blizzard Kings will sell a run of jerseys with proceeds going toward Dreams Come True and Milwaukee Children's. I've also learned this is the single biggest fundraiser for a state-level branch of Dreams Come True in the organization's history. And it's all thanks to these incredible children and Ammani Bellamy. Let's all give her a hand, everyone. The audience breaks into yet another standing ovation. And I'd also like my dear friend Cooper Thompson to come back up. Cooper, can you join us? Cooper comes back up and gives both of us a hug. While he does, he slips something into my hands. It's because of Cooper that I got involved in the foundation, and I want him to be here for my announcement. I'm making a $5 million donation this evening in his honor to the Dreams Come True Foundation. The applause dies down and I begin to wrap up. It's also because of Cooper that I reconnected with the most incredible person I've met in my life. It's because of Cooper that I got another chance, and another. So I wanted him here with me when I asked him the most important question of my life. I see confusion in her eyes, followed by recognition, followed by tears as I take the box and fall to my knees. Ammani Bellamy, you're the love of my life. Nothing matters if you don't have the people you love by your side. I made the mistake once of letting you go, and I never want to make that mistake again. Will you marry me? The loud gasps from the audience disappear. Everything disappears but her. Yes, Cal, of course I will. I slip the ring onto her finger and kiss her for a long time. When I finally look back to the crowd, I see we've gotten the longest standing ovation of the evening.
Chapter 28. Ammani. Are you ready, love? My father asks me, holding his hand out for me to take. The smile on his face is infectious. I can't believe my baby girl is going to marry the Cal Saunders. He's just Cal to me, Dad. I adjust the bouquet, which keeps slipping in my hands from the nerves. You're not nervous, are you, honey? He asks, seeing the contemplation on my face. The organ inside the church begins the wedding march, and the wedding party starts walking forward. Just a bit, I admit. My dark curls are elegantly twisted into a low chignon, eclipsed by a long white veil. My heart pounds within me. I'm ready, Dad. I wrap his arms in mine. The double doors open and we walk forward confidently. Now that I'm coming down the aisle, the nerves evaporate. The part of the wedding when the guests ooh and ah first seeing the bride come down the aisle has always been my favorite, and now that moment is finally mine. My dress is white lace and long-sleeved, with the ice blue and sky gray of the Blizzard Kings delicately embroidered at the hem and the edges of the sleeves and neckline. I have light blue crystals and delicate gray flowers woven into my hair. As I make it closer to Cal, his dark suit catches my eye. His pocket square bears the same ice blue and sky gray hues of the team, and he looks like a storybook hero ready to whisk me away. He smiles proudly, opening his arm early to take the hand of his bride. As I reach him in the aisle, he kisses and hugs my dad. I notice as I watch them that, for once, Cal's hair is lying flat and perfectly done, like a wedding day miracle. I look back, and I see a tiny strand of hair misplaced in the back, something no one but me would notice, and it fills me with joy. Good. Still my Cal. It wouldn't do for today to be too perfect. Perfect was a fantasy I fell for years ago. When Cal was afraid he couldn't be perfect, he disappeared in fear. I love his flaws, because I know he trusts me enough to let me see them. Thanks to therapy, he's starting to see that too. Good luck, he teases at Cal. I'm sure I won't need it with a woman like her, he teases back. Her, on the other hand, with a guy like me. He steals a moment to look at me, his eyes brimming. You're stunning. A familiar face stands at his side as his best man. Beside him, Patrick, Dennis, and Jason serve as fellow groomsmen, all with proud faces reflecting on me as I approach the altar. On the other side, I see his sister, Charlotte, and Julissa, both bridesmaids. My sister Ebony is my maid of honor, and my matron of honor is Cynthia Thompson. Cooper. A smile sweeps my cheeks at the little man in a suit and bow tie. He's looking a little more like himself all the time, his ginger hair making a comeback more and more each day. My dear friend. Taking his job seriously, he gives a pert smile before snapping back to attention. Cal turns to me and whispers, I told him being the best man is like a sidekick. Makes sense, I tell him, nodding. You're okay with being his sidekick though, Cal? The wedding march ends with a final note as I face Cal, both of us taking each other's hands. Dearly beloved, the pastor starts. I'm lost in the splendor of our big day, especially after all it took to get here. But looking up at Cal, his grin spreading from ear to ear, I know it's all been worth it. I'd do everything the same, given the chance. And now, for a reading from the Maid of Honor, Julissa Antoine. Julissa beams as she takes the altar with a paper in hand. Two are better than one because they have a good return for their labor. If either of them falls down, one can help the other up. She delivers an ad lib to complement the biblical passage. If either misses the shot, the other may take the puck, score, and win the game. Amen. A chuckle runs through the audience, lightening the mood as we make it into the vows. Ammani, the tears that have been building streak down his face. They say the third time's the charm, and I can only hope that it's true for us too. You're my hat trick. You make me a better person every day. I hardly knew the man I was before you came into my life, and now I barely remember him. My promise to you is to shelter you and find shelter in you, when things are simple and when things are tough, for all time. I will always be here for you. Always. I can hardly breathe as he finishes. I lean in to kiss him, but the pastor holds up a hand. Our guests laugh. Cal, I wipe a tear away. You're my life. We've built so many amazing things together already, and I can't wait to go through life with you creating even more. I promise to be your team and your partner every single day, to support you and build you up. I love you. Do you, Ammani Bellamy, take Cal Saunders to be your lawfully wedded husband? I do. Do you, Cal Saunders, take Ammani Bellamy to be your lawfully wedded wife? I do. I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss your bride and groom. Cal takes me into a gentle kiss, but as soon as he pulls away, I pull him back. I lock my lips into his, and we melt into a passionate kiss. The guests all cheer and applaud, none louder than Cal's teammates. We reconnect with our guests outside the church and travel to the reception site. Red Arrow Park has been transformed for our wedding. The rink is now a dreamscape with a dance floor and tables. A special guest is in the DJ booth. Mr. Kurds, you made it. It's nice to see you. You too, Ammani. It was a beautiful ceremony. We all get on the dance floor early, starting the night by dancing our hearts out. We laugh and cry together through all the toasts, from Dennis and Patrick, from Brandon Olson, from Jalissa and Cynthia, from his mom and my parents. But no one's speech means as much to us as Cooper's. But his toast isn't over a drink. It's over the groom's cake. You're two of the best friends I've ever had, and I'm so glad you'll be together forever now, he says. When you have kids, I'll be happy to babysit. And of course, to take them for food and introduce them to the best burger on earth. A caterer wheels out the cake, and my hand covers my mouth. You didn't! It's a replica of a Juicy Lucy, and it's sitting next to a stack of Juicy Lucy sliders. It's red velvet inside. It's so good. He looks around guiltily. The caterers made me a little burger-shaped one just for me. I ate it already. Everyone laughs. When the cakes are cut, I take a slice of wedding cake, a slice of groom's cake, and a Juicy Lucy slider. Most of the guests follow the trend. Cal grabs one of his own, and twisting his arm around mine, we feed each other a bite. As far as I'm concerned, it doesn't get any better than this.
Chapter 29. Cal. The memory of Ammani in her wedding dress, both angelic and sexy at the same time, is permanently etched in my brain. The champagne flowed freely, and I indulged, enjoying myself as much as any groom. Only I'm luckier than any of them, because I have Ammani. Now that the reception is over, I'm eager to start our wedding night. I carry Ammani over the threshold of our hotel suite at the Pfister. The entire time she kisses my neck and licks the shell of my ear. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from Vixavonromance.com. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on her website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story.
Chapter 30. Ammani. I'm starting to feel like the Pied Piper. Cal says with a content smile. The Disney World version? A gaggle of 10 kids catch up to us and begin to hound him with questions about our next excursion. He gives them his undivided attention, but keeps my hand firmly in his. The 4 other adults who are supposed to help chaperone the kids hang back, as they have for the whole trip. I don't blame them. The kids seem to hang on every last word Cal says, and no one else matters, except Mickey Mouse maybe. The kids, his biggest young hockey fans, have on an assortment of Disney regalia and Mickey Mouse ears mixed with Blizzard King swag. Why can't we go on the Skyliner? Whines Sophie, a little girl with sickle cell, pointing to the gondolas at Epcot that transport guests between places at the theme park. Because we're getting on that. Cal points at the boat that docks near us, called the Friendship Boat, which makes us feel like explorers setting out on the Amazon River. People spill out of the vessel, and he ushers me and the kids towards it. The 16 of us sit near the back. Some of the children pretend we're racing against the gondolas overhead, but soon lose interest when they realize they're heading in a different direction. They hound my poor husband with more questions, and he loves it. Where are we going? Can we buy something to eat? Are there sharks in the water? Can I take one home? My focus turns from the lagoon water, lapping against the side of the boat, to my husband's hand, and I play with the wedding band on it with my fingers. It's a new habit I can't seem to get over. I half suggested bringing the hockey fan dreamers along for our honeymoon as a joke. Never in a million years did I expect him to seize on it. Yet here we are, and it couldn't be better. He has been nothing but attentive, and the children adore him for it. Somehow he still finds time for me, despite the 10 little voices constantly calling out for him. And I love watching them all together. That's part of the joy for me, making these kids happy. At the Boardwalk Inn, designed to look like a turn-of-the-century Atlantic City hotel, we disembark and take a leisurely stroll around the promenade. It's a carnival, shouts Tyler, a little boy with Byler disease, a condition that affects the liver. The rest of them soon catch on, surrounding us with squeals and commotion. And we can go on a Surrey bike ride after the carnival games, Cal adds. He points at the 4-wheeled, canopy-covered bikes parked not far from us. The games are a hit, even the ones where we lose. These games are impossible. Everyone knows that, I say. So how did I win all those stuffed animals? Cal says to me, magic. On our 5th day, we all go for an African safari at the Animal Kingdom. I adjust my Mickey ears as I count each little head that gets on the safari bus. That's everybody, I tell Cal when he pops his head out to check on me. Everybody except you, Mrs. Saunders, the most important person. A wide grin spreads across my face. I jump in and sit by him where he saved me a space. Today, the other moms have run off to the French Quarter and left the kids with us. Honestly, I don't mind. It's been such a treat. No one's wanted to take away from the joy of it with any shows of bad behavior. I sigh and turn to Cal. The Disney bubble is in full effect. How so? I can barely imagine a life before this. It's like we've always been here and will always be here. Sounds like being with you. A place too perfect to possibly be real. But it is. I spot a giraffe gliding right next to us, with its long neck swaying in the wind. I forget everything else and relish the sight of the beautiful creature before me. Not long after, a high-pitched, excited small voice yells out, "Lion, a lion!" By the time we get back to our villas, the only thing out of our mouths is the names of the various animals we encountered. Ostriches, wildebeest, cheetahs, elephants. The children fall fast asleep shortly after we reach the hotel. We go from room to room, straightening limbs hanging off beds and removing elbows from faces. They'll wake up at midnight starving, Cal whispers. I think we should order food just in case. Look at you in your daddy element. This was your idea. I'm simply playing along, he says, rather sheepishly. I shut the last bedroom door and turn to face him, and I love every single part of it. He picks me up in his arms and carries me to our suite. Alone, together, perfect. Then he plants me down, presses his lips to mine, and with our mouths stuck together, leads me into the shower where we wash away the day. That night, after the food arrives, we leave the chaperones in charge and head out to a nightclub we saw earlier by the boardwalk. "You're sure I won't bump into Donald Duck?" he asks. "Strictly adults only. No way." The place has a large dance floor and a large screen playing old 80s music videos. We grab some drinks from the bar and join in with everyone else in singing off-key. After way too many drinks, Cal pries his hands off of me and excuses himself. I assume he's going to the bathroom. The club is dim enough that I lose sight of him as soon as he's a few feet away. I'm busy swaying my hips and singing along to Chaka Khan when the audio mutes. "Ladies and gentlemen," says the DJ, "Mr. Cal Saunders would like to make a toast to his new bride, the lovely Ammani Saunders." I feel a spotlight on me and turn to the DJ booth with mild disbelief. My husband is clearly inebriated, but I start cheesing as soon as he starts talking. First, a round of applause for my smoking hot wife. I'm surprised that the patrons indulge him. I respond with a little curtsy and give a little royal wave. By this time, half my drink has spilled out of my glass. I ditch it on a table and chase after Cal. I finally catch up to him outside. "You're absolutely insane," I wheeze. "I blame it on the love I have for you," he says. We link arms and walk until we find a bus to take us back to our hotel. On the final day of our amazing honeymoon, we watch the spectacular Main Street parade with the kids. We're able to find a great position where we can sit down and admire the floats and costumes. Cinderella gives us all high fives. "Should we watch the fireworks from our balcony?" I ask everyone later on over dinner at a steakhouse. Our table is in its usual state of chaos, but I've grown so accustomed to it. I know I'll miss them all once we leave. I swallow the lump in my throat with a sip of water. I say we stay in today. Yeah, balconies are fun. We can watch in our PJs. I vote yes. And so after dinner, we head back via monorail. We gather on the balcony of our grand villa with the lake views. And we ooh and ah for the last time at the magnificent nighttime fireworks show from the Magic Kingdom. When everyone is tucked into bed and little snores are on replay, I snuggle into bed with Cal for the last night of our honeymoon. He hooks a protective arm around my waist. "I love you," he whispers as we drift off to sleep. "I love you too." Tomorrow the real honeymoon starts, Ammani. At the Orlando airport, always frenzied, it's even more chaotic with our large party in tow. We're about to check in, but I can't find our bags. "Cal, I think we left them. I double-checked the shuttle, and it was empty when we got off." He pulls me away from the group. There's a reason only our stuff is missing. I'm irritated by how calm he is. I extended our stay, so we can have some time to ourselves. A jolt of excitement rushes through my blood. We get to do Disney World again. This time it'll be just us.
Chapter 31. Cal. I can't believe how this all came together. Ammani's face is lit up by the summer sun as we approach the hospital. From the car window, the new hospital wing stands finished and fine. Dressed to the nines, Ammani shimmers beside me in an elegant floor-length gown. 18 months, she says, gripping the top handle on the SUV as we take a speed bump. It's gotta be a record. I can't believe you got it together so quickly, Cal. She reaches with her other hand, running her fingers through my hair. These past few months with Ammani, or Mrs. Saunders as I like to call her, have been bliss. Looking over at her dark curls resting against her shoulders, I wonder now what I was waiting for. The sun catches on her cheekbones and eyelashes, lighting up the gold flecks that hide within the depths of her dark eyes. At last, I find a parking spot and hit a speed bump rather ungracefully as we get closer. She winces as I make the turn. Everything okay? All good, she says, placing a fist on her lips like she's about to throw up. When I put the car into park, she jets out, taking gulps of air with her head between her legs. Racing to her side, I rub her back and grab her hair, just in case. Are you sure? I'm fine now, promise. Come on, Cal, we can't be late to our party. I want to believe her, but my inner senses tell me she's hiding something. It's not like her to keep things from me, but as much as I want to ask her, I stop pushing it. I check my watch and see it's nearly 6. You're right. We better hurry. Cooper is already there waiting for us. The new wing glows with banners and balloons in our team colors. Ammani! He shouts when he sees her, running into her arms. Nice to see you too, bud. I tousle his red hair, all grown back now. Paul Westfield rushes to my side when he sees me. Cal, thank goodness you're here. Lori Lett is begging for an interview, and I've misplaced the big scissors. Can you handle her? Of course. Lori Lett's eyebrows hit high as soon as she sees me. Well, do I look camera ready? I turn to Ammani and ask. You look great! She tucks my tie a little tighter. Go get him! Come watch. We're still newlyweds. I love to have her with me all of the time. I forgot something in the car, she says, her eyes seeking mine. There's a shadow there that I long to question, but her smile washes it away. I'll be right back, promise. Lori Lett calls back my attention. So, Cal, tell us about tonight's benefit. What are we celebrating? The cameras are rolling. No time to think now. Well, Lori, tonight we're cutting the ribbon on a new wing of Milwaukee Children's. The Saunders-Thompson Pediatric Oncology Wing will be a state-of-the-art facility. Is your wife here tonight, Mr. Saunders? Of course she is. Somewhere. I take the chance to pop my head up looking for her, but she's not back, it seems. You know, Lori, she's a big reason that we're all here tonight, as the head of the Wisconsin Dreams Come True Foundation. A few moments later, the team and I stand on the podium, ready to cut the ribbon. I keep searching the crowd for Ammani, and so far, I've been able to find everyone but her. She's reminding me of myself. The old Cal. Fortunately, we don't see much of him anymore. Cooper fidgets next to me. Coach Baxter sits nearby, looking strangely unnerving without his pullover and whistle. Julissa stands near the hospital's main entrance. Where's Ammani? I ask her. She shrugs. Well, we can wait then, I say. Pardon the delay, folks. We're just waiting for a moment for my wife to get here. Paul Westfield shows up with the big scissors, ready to give them to Ammani and Cooper to cut. Then I see her. Everything else fades away, and I start to speak. Good evening, everyone. On behalf of your own Blizzard Kings. I have to pause for the enthusiasm of our fans, Cooper being the loudest among them. I'd like to thank everyone here for showing your support to this cause. When I met Cooper, a little over a year ago, he impacted my life forever. He saw a hero in me, but I'm just a guy who skates around shooting rubber into a net. The real heroes are the ones who saved his life with treatment and surgery. They're the ones who endure. Every kid deserves the chance to become a hero, and so it's my privilege to announce that, as of today, we are able to provide care for families of any background, and no matter what the cost of their treatment, they will never receive a bill. Applause fills the area with clapping hands and smiling faces. Now, if the woman of the hour would please join me. Ammani gracefully strides toward me. Her white gown flows as she ascends to applause from the crowd. Thank you, Mr. Saunders, she says. I'm relieved to let her do the speaking, if only to watch her in her element. This woman saved me. She's the real hero. We cut the ribbon to cheering, answer press interviews, and celebrate before heading to the gala inside the main building. Ammani takes me aside, holding a white box in her hand. This is what I had to go back to get. What is it? Open it, she says, tugging at the bow. It's for you. I lift the lid to see what I was hoping for all along. A tiny pair of hockey skates. A warmth fills my chest that I wasn't expecting. The culmination of all my hopes suddenly becoming real. It's too much to bear. Bending down, I lift her into my arms and kiss her. I thought it would be fitting, opening a wing for a children's hospital. A baby is more than I could have asked for, more than I had hoped. And no matter what happens from here, I know this time I'm not going anywhere. I love you so much, Ammani. I love you too. We're going to love our child so much.